Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. Welcome to Central Asia Fintech Summit. We have the experts in financial industry practices are here to discuss the key challenges that we face in the artificial intelligence and digital projects. Over the past years, the artificial intelligence becomes an integral part of the finance sector. It's not only the process, they are being involved in the finance regimes, in the practice, as well as in other spheres, and it becomes a means of innovations. The ecosystem creates the future. Central Asia FinTech Summit is the place where ideas become strategies and the strategies become new solutions of the market. And now allow me to officially inaugurate our forum. We would like to invite the president of the finance of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Timur Suleimanov. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Dear participants of the forum, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear guests of our forum. That's a great pleasure for us to welcome all of you at Central Asia FinTech Summit that brought together the experts and FinTech industry experts, finance regulators, and representatives of the traditional finance sector, as well as the FinTech organizations from more than 15 countries. Over the coming 2 days, we will have a very important, very active and productive work to elaborate both regulatory approaches and the most important, the practical approaches to implement digital AI initiatives at the finance market in its completeness and extensiveness, starting from the finance market, ending with the stock exchange, as well as the securities market. I'm happy that this platform brought together the practitioners. There are so many representatives of the industry itself, because the regulation is extremely important, as well as the regulations, laws and bylaws are important, but the business imposes us to the practices, and we as the regulators should take decisions that will allow for supporting the leadership and advancement of Kazakhstan in the finance sector, in the digital sector in the region. We all know that it is of extremely important, of extremely significant thing, and the message of the president clearly stated that the Kazakhstan should become fully digital state. Significant steps were made. We have very good groundwork for the digital service for the finance sector, but it doesn't really mean that we should stand still, but we need to develop a significant number of digital and significant approaches to put it all forward with our joint efforts. Like I already told, the finance sector is considered one of the driver. Over the past 5 years, the cashless transactions have increased by 5 times, and 10% of the payment turnover is made online. And it's extremely important to understand that the significant role is played by the government, by the state, particularly the national bank, the national payment corporation. More than 90% of the cashless transactions pass through the infrastructure with no delays, and the reliability degree is 99.99%. It has overcome a symbolic milestone of 1 trillion tenge over 9 months. It's all clear that over the past 12 months it will be higher. You know that the finance services, onboarding, opening accounts, credits, as well as a huge number of direct finance tools are available in the digital format. Based on the National Bank, there are biometrical identification services, more than 4 billion requests per month, and those services are provided. I believe that it's an important part of the finance infrastructure that provides for the convenience and the speed for the users and for the finance institutions to deliver their services to the broad public and to the consumers. At the same time, it's all clear that the digitalization and the dynamic growth of payments entail the expansion of the hyper frauds and hyper scam. That's why the government should take systemic and comprehensive steps to minimize those threats. Last July, a National Anti-Fraud Center based on the National Bank was founded. It brings together the national banks, the regulation of the finance market, anti-fraud systems, and commercial bank systems, the largest financial and payment organizations, as well as the law enforcement agencies, and from the recent time, the telecom operators too. More than 2 trillion cases of thefts were prevented. A huge number of frauds were identified. The blacklists were created based on which the police has initiated more than tens of thousands of different criminal cases, and I believe that we will be able to expand this practice. We will be here having a chance to review the anti-fraud activities provided at the exhibition stands. I'd like to highlight that both for the National Bank and the agency, that's an extremely important priority to protect the financial interests of our citizens. Well, speaking about the joint work with the agency, we have approved the digitalization of finance regulators strategy for the coming 5 years, which embraces all digital initiatives of the two regulatory agencies. Separately within the National Bank, we prepared our own internal corporate strategy of the National Bank together with it and its subsidiaries. So that's the reason why we want to create the pro-innovative environment. We want to become an enabler of the changes that the market itself pushes and serves as the driver of the market, enabler of the market to do the right things. And another important area in the regulatory environment development was in the coming time adoption of the new law on banks. This is the work of Adila Rasilovna and her team. She will be speaking about it more in details. And now I'd like to dwell more about the industry of digital assets. For the first time, it will be fully legally supported with the regulations, while digital assets should become the full-fledged part of our environment, of our digital system. We all believe that we have a very good banking traditional system, having a good synergy, as people say, having a good matchmaking of the traditional system and the new one. It's a complicated challenge. So that's why we really expect to receive the feedback from the market. We expect the interaction with the largest finance organizations such as BIS, ECB, EBRD, and the World Bank, where we can most efficiently agree on the terms how we can develop this sector and regulate it. Well, I believe that today's forum will be a good enabler for that. Talking about the practical things from the practice perspective, the regulatory sandbox was launched. It's indeed a sandbox, not in words, but in acts. 15 projects are already there in the regulatory sandbox, and you can see the exhibition stands of the most significant ones. There are very interesting projects starting from the stock exchange offices, ending with the tokenization of the real tangible assets, and I believe that they will turn from the pilot into the mass demand on operation. By the end of the year, we, as the managers of the National Reserves, plan to launch the digital assets crypto reserve based on the National Corporate Organization, the National Bank. And besides that, we already started working on creating the custodial storage of digital assets infrastructure. It will create the sovereignty of Kazakhstan over the digital assets that are being created or belong to Kazakhstan or to the companies of Kazakhstan and to the state. It will be all created based on the national depository of securities. That's all clear that the final vision, how the artificial intelligence change the finance sector, there is no clear answer how it will be done. But all of us are working actively with the agencies, with the markets, with the key institutions which have a certain expertise in this matter. And by the end of the year, we plan to finalize a special research together with the agency, which we will share with the market. I believe it is going to be a very good analytical groundwork as well as the a light tower of what we expect from the regulators in the finance sector. Of course, I believe that we can talk about it so long, but it's all about the welcome address. I'm delivering the welcome address now, and we will also have the key speeches, keynote addresses. We have very good speakers, both from Kazakhstan and from far abroad, both from the industry and regulators. I would also like to thank all of those present here, and that's a good thing when we talk about integration and when we talk about how to use the synergy in a right way. Besides Magina Rasilovna, the chairman of the agency, we also have our good friend, our partner, partly the regulator in a significant way. Viktorov, we also happy to welcome all of them, and we believe that the integration of two jurisdictions of the Kazakh law and AIFC will ensure the necessary synergy, the necessary groundwork that we need, and the projects that are being piloted are driven by the best practices and the best aspects of both jurisdictions. So I'd like to thank all of you on that. But it is mostly not about the regulators, but about all of you. Tomorrow we will have the finance day, and we will be talking about regulators there and about the traditional things. But today we will be talking about the practice, about the industry, the new industry, which is already appreciated by the finance sector of Kazakhstan, and its share will only rise. I would like to thank all of you, and I would like to wish you 2 days of very significant discussions with your partners, and I believe that we will find the good solutions for the sake of the finance sector. I'd like to wish everyone every success and good luck. Thank you very much for inaugurating the forum. Please take the second seat here, Mr. Timur Muradovic. Well, and on that we continue. Okay, our next floor is given to the plenary session. And now we would like to pass to the first discussion of the plenary forum. And the plenary session will be financial market in the age of artificial intelligence, which becomes the transformation from the regulation and risk management to the dramatic changes in the customer experience. The artificial intelligence, the way it changes the approach to the finance operations, and we see what opportunities are broadened up. We have Vitaly Volynyuk, co-founder and CEO of Digital Business. Suleimanov Timur Muratovich, Chairman of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Ablil Kasimova Madina Rasilovna, Chairman of the Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan for Regulation and Development of the Financial Market. Bekturov Renata Nurmaldaevich, Manager of the Astana International Financial Center. Shaykhmetova Omota Bolatkanovna, Chairman of the Board of GSC, Halyk Bank of Kazakhstan. Vladimir Ruslan Vladimirovich, President of GSC Bank Center Credit. Kotai Aka, Head of Eastern Europe Services Business Development MasterCard. And now we would like to invite the moderators and speakers to take your seats at the stage. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, hello everyone. How do you feel now? Do you feel okay? Well, that's a great pleasure for me, and now we would like to start our plenary session. The most important topic we discussed today is the artificial intelligence and finance market. I'd like to start our session dedicated to the finance sector and artificial intelligence in fintech. Timur Muradovic in the welcome address mentioned how other industries will change, and I think people have no doubts about the way it all works here and globally. And now we would like to find at least intermediary vision and to touch the points both from the regulator and from the leading commercial banks international payment system. We will be also talking about what kind of achievements we have towards introducing artificial intelligence in the finance sector. We will talk about the bottlenecks. We'll talk about the barriers the financial organizations mention in the artificial intelligence. And I believe that the good groundwork and the good outcome of our discussion will be what kind of outcomes we expect from the finance regulation, because it's believed to be a very strong technology and the way we can measure our achievements in the artificial intelligence introduction. Well, colleagues, let's start. We have a very limited timing. I'd like to ask I like to ask questions dynamically, and I will ask you to answer dynamically too. The first question is to Muradovic. Last autumn, you presented the concept of the national bank, which provides for several areas and several projects. So the one is anti-fraud center, digital tenge, and open apps. This concept also embeds the artificial intelligence. So I'd like to ask you, more than a year passed from the presentation, what kind of achievements there are in the digital bank implementation and partly in the artificial intelligence? What are the first wins of the regulator? Thank you very much for this question. Thank you very much for moderating this session. The part of the questions have already been covered, and decided not to take so much from the discussion. And part of the questions how we implemented the digital national bank strategy has already been mentioned. Partially, I can tell you that not all of the projects have been implemented within the year. This strategy is designed for 5 years, not for one. Part of them were implemented faster. The first one is digital tenge. It's all available from the pilot. As you remember, in 2023, 2 years and a day, we launched it in the pilot format. The digital currency was launched in the pilot format, and now it's an operating full-fledged tool, which does not compete with the commercial sector tools, and this tool is aimed at the control and providing for the transparency of transactions in the public sector. Based on our specificity of the state, this is how we decided to shape it. The digital tenge works with the transfer of the national fund and as well as with the public funds, and now it will be spread to the quasi-state sector, and we will see more fruits. This is the work not only of the national bank but also of the budget administrators. The good thing is that we have the government support, and we also have the strict message and the strict instruction of the president of the country, and we believe that that's going to be a sector and the area where we will feel the results. And talking about the QR, a lot has been said about QR. We had a very significant groundwork for that. There were some technical issues and the market issues. This is what we need to acknowledge. Sharing the market, sharing payment schedule is not a thing people wish to do, especially when you have large ecosystems. And besides that, the project will be launched. Again, the ones who checked the agenda, it will be launched today, and we reiterate that thanks to a very constructive attitude of the whole market, of the largest participants and the small participants too, we managed to resolve regulatory, technical, and market issues. So we will launch it. So you give us a guarantee, yeah, that you will launch it. Yes, this is for sure. This is for the record. And an important aspect is anti-fraud. It's all clear that there are many initiatives to be developed, but unfortunately, the ones who want to use this tool and want to gain illicit proceedings from that are not silent, are very active. And in 2024, our initiative turned into a big center, and now it has strong muscles, and the work on the ears was made. The procedures of the payments returns has been improved. The regulators are adapting ourselves. We cannot adapt as quickly as the scammers, but nevertheless, we also try to move in the same format, in the same way. What else I can mention when it comes to the artificial intelligence? It's all clear. I think that's gonna be more productive. It will reflect our vision. Um, in addition to that, we will have a pros and cons of the artificial intelligence in the market. However, you can talk a lot about our digital strategy, but the most important thing is that the digital strategy of the National Bank is very important. We need to look broader. We need to understand we cannot replace the market. Maybe we are the part of some basic infrastructures thing, but we really want to work with all non-traditional, traditional and emerging players and actors, and we need to adopt those changes. So the research on the artificial intelligence will be published until the end of the year. Yeah, that's a very interesting thing to review such projects, and probably just not to reveal the secrets. We want to really know your vision as the chairman of the National Bank. The artificial intelligence strategic purpose, what's it is all about? Should it cosmetically or dramatically change the finance sector or not? I think the artificial intelligence will never change the financial sector completely. When we talk about the regulators' mission, we cannot replace scoring, we cannot replace the credit ratings, etc., because they cannot be done. The National Bank can be there. I see a huge prospect in the artificial intelligence and investment solutions.
We see the prospects we're doing it, invest in national funds, so forth and so on. It's clear that the AI needs to help in analytics. We have a special factory of data. We prepare a back vocal, so to say, so the AI would be senseless. That's why the basic feeling of data is occurring now, to my mind, as an additional tool in the decision making, being a learning and fed with the data. It will be a great analytical support. It's clear that there are some back office applications, and AI will help us in HR and other areas. Principally, many colleagues and legal entities will have it. What about participation of AI in modeling and forecasting and defining basic indicators? What about it? When we said about the GPT chat, and when we see implementation and development in National Bank of Kazakhstan, what about base rate? Who can say it's about? Is it a manual labor or AI work? Defining the base rate, it's a science and art at the same time. The AI could it combine it? We will see it later. And the members of the committee have great debates, discussions. They have emotions. It's very difficult decision. People need to make it. And October decision was a human decision. Thank you very much. And a short question to clarify: in the nearest future, are you going to input, and I, as a member of the committee who would make decisions at start, we had digitalized official, we will have a digital analytics who will have his or her uh, opinion without a right to vote. Nevertheless, and we can say a lot about KIDIC and KPI. There are very a lot of analytics. We try to persuade them, and there is a committee, and they have their reports. Because sometimes you cannot persuade a colleague with the help of the words only. We will have this additional part. Our corporative AI will say this or that. Thank you. Let's wait for the appearance of a counselor as a.
С Тимуром Muratовичем про возможности говорили, а с вами хочется начать.
We were talking about the opportunities with Timur Muradovic, but I'd like to ask you, Medina, when it comes to regulation of the finance markets, what kind of barriers, maybe technological barriers, institutional, legal barriers you see for the artificial intelligence to be introduced wider in the financial sector? Hello everyone, I'd like to welcome all the participants of the summit. I'd like to thank the National Bank for organizing the Fintech Summit. I believe that it's gonna be the biggest platform where we can discuss the plans of the regulators and the finance market. The finance market, I'd like to stress this thing, is always at the forefront of all the technological and innovation changes, and the artificial intelligence is not an exception. It's being widely used. The National Bank made a survey in the finance sector. According to the details, 75% of the banks are actively using artificial intelligence in their businesses, starting from the credit scoring, anti-fraud system, marketing, chatbots are all AI driven, but the degree of the AI penetration is different. It all depends. It requires significant investments from the banks, and we see that the large banks have wider artificial intelligence use, but in small and medium banks there is an understanding that unless the artificial intelligence is introduced, such a high level of competition cannot be achieved. Actually, artificial intelligence has many classifications the way it's used in the finance sector. It can be applied almost in every domain, but the most important thing we need to ask ourselves as the regulator, we see it in two aspects. The first aspect is what is to be done to foster the development of AI in the finance sector. What we can see from other banks, from other regulators, that this innovation will not only change the finance sector, but also the market as such, the whole economy. And this is the mission of the country. This is the key message from the president, that we need to create certain prerequisites. You know that the bill of the law on artificial intelligence was developed. It was already approved by at the first reading of Senate and Majlis. And in the finance sector, currently we have deeply revised the document on artificial intelligence, but it has not been approved yet. Like Timur Muratovich said, we are in the process of investigation and research. Some practical approaches have been developed, and all of them are driven by the two directions. First is to create prerequisites, and the second area which we are exploring is how to regulate the artificial intelligence. There are so many issues behind what to regulate, how to regulate, do we need a regulation itself? These are all pending matters. This is what we want to reflect in our analytical research. When it comes to barriers, just a small precision in here. Meanwhile, we don't have the regulation of the artificial intelligence. We don't have it in financial sector. But as a new research appears, next year the regulation can be developed. Yes, it will appear for sure. This is what I will promise. Answering your first question, when we talk about the barriers in implementation, if you want to systematize it from our research, from the bank fintech surveys, we can see that there are some changes that are related to the lack of single standards and single specialists. The single standards is something that when you use the artificial intelligence by the organizations, there are no clear rules how the artificial intelligence systems should function. Every finance organization makes its own experiments, configures those systems its own way, but there are no specific standards. That's why we need to be driven by our traditional regulatory decisions and standardized customer care standards. And the second issue is the data quality. That's the most important issue we need to overcome both in finance sector as well as in other sectors of the economy. The quality of data, what kind of data are to be provided for the development of the artificial intelligence. Within the bill of the law on artificial intelligence, it is all provided that they will be in personalized data. They will be gathered and will be delivered to other participants of the economy, other actors of the business. It will help us reducing mistakes. And there is also an issue that the data are stored in different systems. They are in silos. That's going to be the key issue, because the digitalization, especially in the finance sector, was significantly the result of digitalizing huge amount of personal data of the citizens, and the reintegration of the industries for the scoring models to appear. The same thing will happen with the artificial intelligence, because it's driven by the data that are provided for in the system. And the third thing is the human resources, personnel. Within the agency, we were discussing a lot that we need experts and specialists that know well not only about the artificial intelligence and IT, but there must be a person that would combine different skills to well know the subject area. Because if you want to write something, you need to know the industry. When you want to code something, and if you want to develop software, you have to have the not only the IT knowledge but also the financial traditional requirements set to the systems and risk management systems. They need to know not only the new technologies, and because the artificial intelligence will require the significant finance investments, and banks will need to invest in the computing capabilities, server capabilities, cloud platforms, licenses for data processing, cyber security tools, especially given the growth of cyber threats, including the fraud, as well as the data for visualization and analysis. For the further introduction of the artificial intelligence, the new investments will require not only in human resources, but also in computing capabilities. That's the reason why there is a matter of the data access equality. For small and medium banks which have no budget, they must also enjoy the access. I believe that the role of the National Bank and the Ministry of Digital Development of the Artificial Intelligence are important, because they need to provide the equally accessible infrastructure with no further discrimination. That's why there is a matter of the cost of those services. But there are so many initiatives from the Minister of Digitalization that the banks must be imposed by the special levies for the provision of the information and fees. This is what is clearly needed to be understood, that there is a public need for these services, and they are imposed by different requirements, including anti-fraud, anti-scammer, anti-FATF, and other money AML features. All those responsibilities are imposed on the financial organizations. and they must be charged with fees in a proper way. And another important thing is that the access is provided purely for commercial purposes when financial organizations are involved. I think we need to have a very well-balanced approach, as well as including the access to the infrastructure. A small remark from my side, please. The report of the financial market of Kazakhstan was published last year, and most of the actors of the finance market said that the huge investment in the AI is a limiting factor. That's why there is a matter of financial inclusion and equal access to the financial technologies. This is what you mentioned. Please continue. Thank you. If you consider the second part of creating the prerequisites, the second part from the regulatory perspective, you can talk a lot about all that, and the report provides for our key approaches and the principles of regulation. This is what we're going to discuss with the financial community. There are two key reports which we will be driven by the OSER principles that were developed in 2018, and then they were updated in OECD principles. It was updated in 2024. It contains the key principles, and if you summarize that, the regulation must be based. The artificial intelligence is the technology. You should not invent the wheel. You should not invent a new regulation. The regulation must be based on the traditional mechanisms that are being used. There is always a certain issue, so to say, because the financial risks may impose the distortion of the models, including the risk management system of the financial organizations. That's why some extra guardrails are important that will manage the risks of the generative AI. Another big document which we are guided by is the BIS report, which was updated in 2024. The key standards for the regulation of the artificial intelligence and financial sector was issued. I don't really want to dive so much into details in terms of what is planned. The traditional regulation will be based on the three lines of defense. All national organizations must have the first line of defense of the department which develops the AI and introduces it. The second line of defense is the risk management department, and the third line of defense is the internal audit. These are the standards which we apply to the activities of all the financial organizations. They will be complemented with relevant elements. So just very briefly in a blitz format, Timur Muratovich mentioned about some key intermediary achievements of the National Bank. But what about the key achievements of AI introducing in the agencies? What has already been done? What has already been succeeded in? Thank you very much for this question. Like Timur Muratovich already mentioned, last year we launched a new strategy of the digital regulators. This strategy is publicly available, and it provides for the technologies that we will introduce and how we will digitalize the activity of the regulators. Our purpose is to keep pace with the market, to follow the trends, to be standby, and to use the best technologies that are available to you. Today we will have a separate session where the single supervisory platform will be provided, where all our surveillance instruments of Surtech, our tech technologies will be delivered in one digital platform. The artificial intelligence is being actively used in different systems, in various projects. It will allow, using the digitalization and the big data processing, applying AI, to turn to the new regulatory phase where we will have less time for the regulation, the big data will be used, and it will be supplied with a comprehensive risk management approach. Just for the sake of the example, what is being used in the surveillance operations, we use the artificial intelligence we have already developed based on the language models. We developed some tools for the requests processing from the citizens. The system yeah, when it comes to the requests, you receive more than 10,000 requests from the citizens every month, and all those requests are AI driven. Yes, we were asked to use this artificial intelligence. We were forced to do so. How to classify the requests, how to find the critical requests from the citizens, how to prepare the answer patterns just to avoid human factor. Because depending on the professional competence and expertise, we find the cons and the bottlenecks. We want to use the artificial intelligence as those sphere where we can get the maximum benefit and the maximum impact of the system. But it doesn't really mean that artificial intelligence will replace human in processing requests 100%. No, the artificial intelligence will be used to process inquiries that are very patent. Yeah. Well, a little bit speeding up our discussion. A question to Renat Bekturov. When it comes to AIFC, Astana International Finance Sector, there is no document that would regulate the finance sector and finance market. Last year, you published a manifest, the guidelines for the artificial intelligence and data protection. You made it publicly available and you highlighted that it's extremely important to protect the personal data and ethnicity of using the data. So I have a practical question. Could you please answer shortly? Do you use this guideline in practice, this handbook? Does it impact the compliance and fintech projects evaluation, or it's just a manifest? Well, thank you, Vitaly, and I'd like to thank the National Bank, the National Payment Corporation, for inviting me to this summit. I'd like to thank all our colleagues and congratulate you on the upcoming day of the national currency. Coming back to the question, this document originates from the regulating of the personal data management. Initially, AIFC personal data used the GDPR European pattern. The same approach was used. And the way the digital market was developed, it served as a guideline to protect the market. This market will be used as a guideline, as a recommendation, because the first important thing are regulations, data protection, and rules, recommendations how to deal with vendors, how to use artificial intelligence, how to protect the data, and of course we reinforced our operations for the screening of authorized participants of AIFC, including the crypto stock exchange as well as the digital assets service providers, because they are the most advanced ones, they are most sophisticated, and in terms of KYC, they use them really actively as TYC services or AYC services for the providers that use artificial intelligence. And by the way, this document is the first step. When you explore it, the companies may know what kind of professional data they transfer, how this data treated, what data are considered sensitive, and how companies start revising their approach in dealing with vendors and dealing with contractors in terms of how the data can be further protected, because a human which operates the cryptocurrency shares the data with them, and where this data go, what kind of data transferred, and how those data are secured, are provided in the contracts. And now they revise their contracts, and those companies who have more capabilities can do them with their internal capabilities.
We already have seen that it has influence on industry. What about discipline? It enhanced. Yes, you are correct. It's a cornerstone. It's a main factor because AI, first of all, it's a data, then it's an algorithm, and it's a visionary kind of question. What do you think about AI influence on the what on the market, and what opportunities are on efforts are? Thank you for your question. I thank you. I believe that financial market, it's a very interesting area. We didn't say earlier that AI, what LI, we had a first pilot projects. It was and managing the equity. First of all, traditionally, it's a will be a financial traditional tool. It will be robot tool will be more difficult, complicated, and AI will help to make a portfolio and for the other tools of collective investment. Of course, it will be a risk assessment for creditors and for investors with the fixing instruments. You will see new kinds of financial tools, DeFi 2.0. Its solution with the AI will be automatically managed. I mean, liquidity for those who rule assets. Maybe there are complicated tools with the participation of people, and we will shift the management to the AI completely. As we say, one of the cornerstones of AI are data. It's data as an asset, as an investment tool. This market will be developed. There are some initiatives on the stock markets and so forth. And when time comes, we will have a data with AI, and can earn money, and operational management and risks. Financial institutes will use AI. In the connection with the above mentioned things, I could say that AI will be in the tokenization infrastructure. Tokens can be programmed, and AI and can be used in this area. With regard of our regulators and national bank, we are open for integration of new digitalized technologies. We need to be in the forefront, not be in the forefront of the whole planet, but in the forefront of many things, at least regionally wise. Thank you. Let's move on. When it comes to business, Umut Balkhanovna Khalik had a great conference. I heard your report, and I have a question of a practical sense. There are divisions who implement AI. Are they a center of profits? Is it R&D or it's an experiment? First of all, hello to everybody. We will have a national currency day. We will have financial experts and financial industry people here. I would like to note that the first session has been dedicated to AI. You've a lot said about the banks will be changed on Fintech, but we see that banks are leaders in the time of different challenges. We are not only leaders in formatting economy of a country, but implementation of a new digital AI tools, Fintech services. Principally, banks are still leaders in all digital areas. When it comes to Halyk Bank, we actively implement AI. First of all, 3 years ago, we studied it formally. We found a center of AI in the bank. We implement and actively use the tools in different areas. I would like to say that it's a center of profit. First of all, if we talk about frontal service as a marketing and building of personalized and impersonalized offerings to clients, when we have a clear KPI, profit increase, and service enhancement, clients. These services are being implemented in the risk department. We have scoring analytics and proactive reaction. Of course, we implement it in departments, in back office, in HR, and in call center and chatbots. And of course, the important topic is cybersecurity, analytics, reliability, combating the real fakes. We see that scammers activized their themselves. We are very active. We have a target to scale and to learn our workers. It's not a small R&D. We want to provide these tools, and we announced AI within the IT. We provided co-pilots and different tools and other implementations where we see, measure, analyze codes of our IT developers, where we measure their efficiency, evaluate it, and then we compensate and motivate our human resources. Therefore, I would like to say that the goal is this: to scale in the use and control everything. The big issue is work with data. Uh, we take care about it. Therefore, we need a lot of investments in the infrastructure of the bank. We built a data base. We started it during the COVID, and in spite of the closings, we work with the external consultants. It's important to use not only external tools. We want to build them in the context of the bank because we protect our data. It's critical important for us. Let's say briefly, a center of AI, is it a profitable center? Yes, we gain a profit. Yes, because we installed a KPI to measure the efficiency and numbers of AI use and how it enhances effectuality and increases profit and to make more money. To you measure it and the whole. Please give applauses to these achievements.
Смотрят как на поле для экспериментов.
Some of the organizations consider that as the room for improvement. That's good that Alec has advanced here. And Malik Babagan, is there a separate document for AI introduction? Is it a separate strategy? Has it been implemented or not? I wouldn't say that the bank has a big formalized document because it all requires improvements. It is being developed time and again, but specific processes are required with specific objectives which provide for the formal procedures that are well established. But I wouldn't say that we have kind of a big strategy, but the technologies develop always faster than the documents and the regulatory framework. And when I talk to the futurologists and venture investors, they tell that in the coming future, the companies will appear where there will be some founders which will cover the marketing, back office, compliance risks, and so on. And those companies will have 1 billion assessment in dollars. And I think that's going to be the breaking point when we can tell that artificial intelligence really improved the productivity of like 7 people company will represent 1 billion business. According to you, the banks are in the forefront. They will never disappear from the sphere. That's a very important thing for the financial sector. According to you, in the coming future, will the new banks like Halik Bank appear with a number like hundreds of people well, when they have the license and procedures and everything will be replaced by AI? Or it's pretty utopic? I think in the coming future it will be possible, but today we can see more opportunities like zero back office. It is our objective. Yeah, we all some reduce some people, but I always tell to my employees our purpose is not to replace, not to reduce people, but to replace people, not to replace AI, people and with AI, but to find people and competences that cannot be replaced by AI. So we need to upscale employees. Now we are working in a kind of traditional banking. Meanwhile, the infrastructure has not been well developed. So we always follow the global trends, and we always hear the opinion of the leading bankers and fintech leaders of fintech industry. So we need people that can work with AI. Of course, people will change, the industry will change, but in the mid run, I don't believe that that's gonna be like three people, a big bank company that will have the payment procedures, regulatory compliance, security. Those matters are really important for the banks. That we save deposits, we save our depositors' money, and we always keep that in mind because some people forget about the rule of the banks. Granting credits, loans, are all important, but we form the liquidity, and this is also the charge of depositors. Can you work with people without premises? I think in some fintech areas it is possible, but you can never replace a three people bank. Oh, we cannot replace other banks with some small banks. I think in somewhere in the anniversary summit we'll mention this matter in the future. I think the banks will transform anyway. The AI is being provided. We don't only provide banking services, we shape ecosystem, we shape non-banking services. You can see that banks engaged in marketplaces, in travel services, and so on and so forth, including entertainment. I think this is the creation of the lifestyle and the ecosystem. An important issue that you mentioned is the personal refreshment courses, personnel retraining, dealing with AI. And one of the challenges which Medina mentioned is the training of personnel in the financial market organizations. How does it work now in Halik Bank? Are there refreshment courses, training programs? We have the trainers for the trainers, leaders for the leaders training program, where internal leaders and experts bring together all our employees, and we involve them and we train them. Of course, we always send them for external trainings, education courses. We invite consultants. For me, it's really important. I always tell to my employees, just learn, learn, and learn. Change, change, and change. Develop yourself. Every day, you need to train yourself. This is an important issue, no matter what organization is. Okay, we have colleagues in this audience from different organizations. Just raise your hands, the ones who have some events of the personal training, how to work with AI tools. Raise your hands. Okay, I have a feeling that less than 50%. So I believe that there are many people, but okay. I think you, the ones who haven't raised your hand, should take it, should gear it up. And now the question about the user experience. You told that the banks represent lifestyle ecosystem. They will transform this way, but how the user experience will change? Because I was fencing with ChatGPT before our plenary session, and I asked ChatGPT a question, and he told me that AI will lead to the AI advisor. Every person will have an AI advisor in his smartphone. He or she will manage the finance, open up deposits, sign up for some insurance for policies. But how the technologies will change user experience, this is what we already see somewhere abroad. For example, in the US, you can ask your AI agent to find the best price at marketplaces connected with the banking card, and your AI agent can pay for you, can provide you with the necessary information. If AI has access to your banking or payment services, the final product will be delivered. I think this is the agent commerce is being developed. AI agent business is very active. The same goes to investment in managing personal assets, investments, securities, and so on and so forth. You can ask for the best tool either in KZT or in USD, the best tool that you really need. It works efficiently now, and I believe that it's a new reality. And we need to know how to gear up with that, how to get embedded in these services, how to provide payment services, services protection, as well as the security check for the veracity of a specific platform of the real agent. And somewhere we will develop those services ourselves independently. I think it's a new reality. Thank you very much for sharing the vision. Thank you very much for your optimism, because ChatGPT is not as so much optimistic. The banks will become invisible, like ChatGPT said. It will be like an electricity, and non-financial transactions will be invisible. But Medina says that it's not possible. The banks will always be in the forefront of the technological development. Colleagues, you're in the right place. You're in the right forum. We are coming to the best bright future together. I think the back of the service, the banks will become back of the service only in the apps, but the services will still be provided. Yeah, you will be like the back office of the mobile app. I think the compliance and regulatory things will always be there. Okay. Bank Center Credit, Ruslan, is the well-renowned bank. The topic of the artificial intelligence is the matter of your experiments for the past 5 years. You started with a credit scoring call center, chat AI is being implemented, but for the Bank Center Credit and the AI teams, are they measurable from the PNA, or is it only an experiment of people in your banks? Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for coming to this event. Thank you very much. Welcome everyone. I'd like to congratulate you on the day of the national currency, and I'd like to wish you a very fruitful work and good luck. I think the artificial intelligence itself is being actively introduced by the banks for many years. So all things started from scoring, and when we touch upon the P&L, that's a very sensitive topic. I wouldn't say that the base interest rate impacts the banks, but also the efficiency of our works, the colleagues from the banking sector. The artificial intelligence helps to become a catalyzer, a driver, so to say, of the novelties that are being introduced by the banks. And such a new capital expenditures that are required by the banks will never lead to the extremely huge competition between small and medium banks. There's always a closed community, so to say, or closed infrastructure that not everyone can use. But when we talk about the fact that if the artificial intelligence becomes the attracting point or not, for sure it is, because all those procedures, all those tools that we use in the artificial intelligence leads to the efficiency, reduce of the costs, and everything lies on the shoulders of the regulators. I think lately the high indicators of the profitability from the banks comes from the efficient use of the artificial intelligence. They don't stand still. It's all clear that big data processing models are performing better. It impacts the quality of the investment portfolio, in the quality of servicing the customers, where we cover some of the demands by the use of the AI agents. And the next phase of the development is the development of the assistant that will help clients to be guided not only by the banking products to well understand what those banking products are, but to recommend the tools in multiplying capital. Okay, the financial literacy that we have been talking about so many years, and the use of AI agent will help to resolve those issues faster. I think people who use the ChatGPT now, not only as a search engine but also as an advisor, they use this tool for the financial literacy, to improve their financial literacy. So an AI advisor will appear, and how BCC will change its products and its models, given the fact that the user experience will transform significantly. Well, now the chat bots the agents, the assistants are being trained by the internal data of banks as well as the open source data available on net. It's all clear that they will be further supplied with the assistance that will recommend you based on your incomes and expenditures and the information that you're granted access to. The future things will be recommended. But looking a little bit ahead in the future, the banks are being transformed in fintech and tech by banks, and the banks are being transformed, and the same thing goes vice versa. We work with the fintech companies, and I think in future it will be like that. The personal assistance of the individuals will be driven by the personal banking agents to sell the best products to each other, to use personal data. I think in future that's gonna be a ultra personalized data with the use of the agents. And the final question to you, with the use of this approach of Valhalla, that the banks are in the upfront of the technological process. Do you agree with this or not? Or are you skeptical? When we talk about the classical banking, I think the classical banking model will disappear. I think we will all be in one line to provide a broad range of services, online bank as a service, and we will be always on the market as long as the market exists. Okay, let's make a round of applause that to you. That's an important message from our leading commercial bank. And Timur Muratovich said that we can add 10 minutes more. I'd like to implement the instruction of the head of the bank, and now I'd like to give a floor to Mr. Kotak. Welcome to our forum.
I know that cybersecurity is a key area of your expertise at MasterCard. So my first question is, cybercrimes are exponentially rising with the adoption of AI, as we see, and how does MasterCard respond to it?
Of course. So, good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here among the leaders who shape financial services and fintech ecosystem in Central Asia. Thank you very much for hosting me. Look, evolving technology is fundamentally changing the cybersecurity landscape in both ways, good and bad, right? Starting from the downside, so it creates more opportunities for the fraudsters, for the cyber criminals to grow their way of doing business, unfortunately, for a couple of reasons. First of all, the attack surface is expanding. So more devices, more connections that we have means that there's more opportunities for cyber criminals to attack. Secondly, AI is powering scalability, meaning AI is making cybercrime a lot easier and more easy to scale, which is actually scary, right? And third is access of cyber criminals to advanced tools is being democratized, meaning there's a very well developed black market in cybercrime as a service. So these tools are becoming available to a wider group of people who can actually get those and start doing cybercrime, which is worrisome. So this creates an escalation of arms race between the bad people who do cybercrime and between the defenders, right? And by the year 2029, we believe that if cybercrime was an economy, it could have been the third largest economy in the world, just giving a cost of around $16 trillion. So they would be the third largest economy after US and China, and the following consecutive economies like Germany, Japan, and India combined together would still be a much smaller economy than the cybercrime cost. So I've been talking about the negative sides, but AI is also growing the ability of our cybersecurity defenses, right? So there's this bright side. We use AI heavily, extensively in cybersecurity defense, helping to detect anomalies, respond to threats faster, and predict attack patterns. Like at MasterCard, we are leveraging AI to analyze billions of transactions every year and identify fraudulent transactions, cyber attacks in milliseconds in real time. So MasterCard has invested in cybersecurity domain since 2018, like around $11 billion to build scalable and adaptive solutions that protect every industry. So this heavy investment in innovation is helping us to make security smarter, faster, and more resilient.
Thank you very much. And my last question, I'd like you to answer very briefly because we are limited in terms of time. I know you have extensive banking background. And how do you see AI will transform the banking sector? It's interesting to hear your vision. Please share with us your vision and banking sector and payment systems. And what opportunities does MasterCard see for implementing innovations in Kazakhstan, particularly?
Sure. Look, around 90% of the organizations try AI, right? But only less than 30% of it expanded to corporate-wide. So the distance, the gap between impact and experimentation is where MasterCard is trying to help its clients across Kazakhstan and Central Asia to leapfrog against their competition. So as AI is reshaping the financial services landscape globally, I believe Kazakhstan is very well positioned to benefit from this transformation, right? And at MasterCard, we see AI as an enabler across 4 different domains, and I believe these are all relevant for Kazakhstan and Central Asia. First of all, the agentic AI and autonomous payments. I'm sure you all heard of agentic payments, right? It's been launched a couple of weeks before, and MasterCard's Agent Pay infrastructure enables agents to make financial transactions on consumers' behalf securely. So this is a game changer for mobile-first markets like Kazakhstan and where digital commerce is growing steadily. So we do believe that as MasterCard, agentic commerce will be claiming around 25%, 1/4 of the total e-commerce domain by the year 2030. Therefore, any player who is ahead, who is the Kickstarter, will definitely have a big advantage. Furthermore, another domain is customer experience and personalization, of course, right? With agentic capabilities, agentic concierge services, agentic chatbots provide financial institutions, fintechs, the opportunity to develop hyper-personalized solutions to their customers. And we see the uplift that they can bring actually in the examples we see, right? They grow 20-30% campaign enrollment rates, product penetrations, and etc. The third domain that we believe AI is reshaping is the risk and compliance, as we have been discussing, right? AI models are improving fraud detection and AML processes, and reducing false positives up to 40% and tripling fraud detection opportunities, which is a great win. And finally, the final domain is of course the operational efficiency. The topics like process mining or AI-driven automation deliver around 30%, 40% efficiency in the back office so that our teams could actually focus on the things that matter and value most for our customers. So in Kazakhstan and Central Asia, we see significant potential for these innovations. And the country's digital economy, mobile-first customer behavior, and the proactive stance of the regulatory stance create a fertile environment for AI adoption in this geography. And also we are helping our clients, we are partners with our solutions, like we help our clients design AI strategies and transformation roadmaps. We help to select high-impact AI-driven use cases like credit optimization, pricing, next best offers, or customer lifecycle engagements. And of course, we leverage MasterCard's own AI tools like Decision Intelligence, MasterCard Threat Intelligence to prevent fraud and strengthen cybersecurity using AI. So long story short, we believe Kazakhstan can leapfrog the models, traditional models by embracing AI. And we as MasterCard are committed to support this journey through our consulting services, through our data, and through our technology.
Thank you very much for your support and for your answering. Thank you very much. Тышекюри дарим. Копрохмет, коллеги, мне кажется, получилось достаточно честно.
I believe that we've had a very frank discussion, and we believe that nobody knows what's going to be the picture in the future in the finance market in AI. But we believe that such discussions are really important. I'd like to thank the organizers of this forum because today we have shared our visions. Our visions are different, slightly different from each other, but we managed to share practices of what's happening in the regulator, in the financial institutions, in the banking sector, in the payment system. And when you don't know something, you need to do the research. And we are looking forward to receiving the AI research that will appear by the end of the year. And I'd like to wish all the participants good luck in development, and the ones who haven't raised your hands in teaching AI to your employees. I believe that this session will become a certain driver for you. Thank you very much.
Большая благодарность.
I'd like to thank Vitaly and all the participants of the session. I'd like to thank all the participants and of course the moderator. Okay, let's make the memorable photo together.
Вниманию представителей СМИ, пресс-выход.
Dear media representatives, the press exit of Timur Suleimanov will be on the second floor.
Ақпарат құралдары саласының өкілдеріне Қазақстан Республикасы ұлттық банкінің төрағасы Тимур Сүлейменов.
The chairman of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Timur Suleimanov, will deliver a press conference on the second floor. Dear journalists, please proceed to the second floor for the press conference with the chairman of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I'd like to thank all of you. Now, recently we've had a discussion in the artificial intelligence, and we believe that in future the artificial intelligence will contribute to the economy. And now we continue our program. The next session is called Fintech Beyond Banking. The financial technologies are being developed far beyond classic banking models. Telecom, ID sector, all those are the new business models, and they help us improve the quality of the services provided by us. And now we would like to ask the participants of the panel session to proceed to the stage. Zhalinov Binur Muratovich will be the moderator, head of digital transformation advisor to the chairman of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Shopankulov Berek Shopankulovich, deputy chairman of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Berkenbayev Saberjan Omarkanovich, deputy chairman of the management board, member of the management board of Kaspi Bank. Shumagulov Aidos Balatovich, member of the board of directors of Freedom Bank Kazakhstan. Suleimanov Sanjar Zoranovich, Vice President, Regional Manager for Central Asia, Visa Simia. Shalikenov Timur Abeyjanovich, CEO of Yandex Kazakhstan. Koptik Sergey, Head of Mobile Digital Financial Services at KSL. So, dear moderators, the moderator is on the stage. Hello everyone, hello dear participants, welcome to our forum. I believe that we will have a very interesting panel discussion. So fintech is always related to banks, this is true, but thanks to the banks and new actors, the banking sector becomes brighter because this is a defining technology which opens up the horizons for other industries. We have a very good session with the industry regulator, with the leading banking ecosystems, big tech players, and the new players represented by telecom operators. That's why I'd like to invite to proceed to the questions. Rich Bakolovich, I know that you pay a significant attention to the new beginnings, to the new verticals of fintech market. One of these starting point is what we develop by the instruction of the government. I mean the infrastructure. We know that we have huge plans under your management. There are different sessions with the market participants, with the regulatory sandbox, and I'd like to receive the bird fly view of the regulator, how the ecosystem of digital assets will look like in the coming future in Kazakhstan.
Thank you for your question. First of all, I want to greet all the participants of today's panel session, and I want to congratulate you with upcoming National Currency Day and the Financial Worker. I'd like to highlight that the role of a regulator in this area is to build a balanced regulatory position when it comes to barriers of development, of innovations when they penetrate on the market. When we created digital assets, we studied international experience. First of all, we wanted to understand can we implement it in these realities. It's possible. When we evaluate all the assets, we understand there are digital assets which were launched in the acting legislation can be said we have a similar situation with the securities, and some of the assets are very volatile and we don't understand supply source. We thought a lot about it. Actually creating a regulatory system for digital assets, we need to create opportunities so the market needs to be interested. First of all, there are technologies transformation of approaches to launch, simplification of process of registration, and the second part is to implement I don't mean provided and non-provided digital assets and implementation of two approaches, so every citizen could get what ecosystem he or she takes part and makes a decision, and where he or she invests, and what is a level of responsibility, high responsibility in this area. At the same time, protecting interests and issuers, we build ecosystem according to the law on banks. We initiated improvements of large digital assets, which are in the context of regulatory zone of national banks. The stable coins issuing of digital assets, which have to do with assets derivative and so we have these cryptocurrency assets which are in the crypto exchange units. We will build a system of participation of retail investors while when it comes to selling on buying these assets. As I said at start, we have a balanced approach, so all the market innovations proposed by business to implement needs to have opportunity to show themselves, and mainly we need to build interconnection of actors and investors or issuer between each other, and all the participants need to have we need to have a so-called third-party judge, so the market could work properly as we try to position ourselves in this role. It's my brief speech. Thank you very much. Due to your efforts, this approach of regulating of digital assets provides a market. It's not like a regulatory sandbox and local experiments stuff. We need to regulate business. We understand philosophy and approach and business. I wish success to every one of us when it comes to regulatory sandbox. In order to adapt and accept all the initiatives of participants, we are ready to have this base, a regulatory base, to be managed for and adapted for this process if participants will actively accept and receive, and they did it in the context of these initiatives. We are ready to adapt in the context of a regulatory sandbox. In July, the sandbox was launched. We have 14 projects for implementation. You can start on the position of regulator. Everybody heard about it. And now for the other speaker, Kaspi. It's definitely it's a pioneer in the digitalized industry in this area. Many habits were created because of Kaspi, and it's lucky for us. We have a strategical addition. I'm not a representative of a regulator, but we have this system becomes more and more open. I use the Caspian market, and there is a new option of connecting with the other guys. You start transferring with that target and Visa Plus, Apple Pay, and Google Pay, and all these industries are seeing successfully. We will have a more constructive question to you, and having considered all these things, what about the future of your ecosystem and collaboration of your ecosystem with other ecosystems in Kazakhstan? Thank you, Binur. Good morning. I want to congratulate all the colleagues on our professional holiday of national currency. I want to wish you all success in your further exploits. In Kaspi, we are orient on one simple thing. It's our main mission to enhance, to improve people's life. That's why we try to do our best for it. I don't want to tackle issues of Kaspi. Let's talk about the partnership. I'd like to highlight we have all these participants, the best people of Fintech, and all have a target to create products and to improve life of people. I'd like to approve and to express a praise to achievements of all actors who are here. Stablecoin, Кошелек, and Yandex Hub. Our colleagues are launched FacePay. FacePay launched by many of our colleagues, and the vast number of great products and projects are enhancing and creating a very important ecosystem of Kazakhstan financial ecosystem. In this sense, the role of our regulator, of our national bank, is very important, because in some sense a national bank is very open. We have a digital tenge, open AP, all these initiatives which has to do with the opening these transactions with the digital assets. All this regulatory sandbox and preparedness to all the market actors to develop. It creates Kazakhstan as a leader of a region, and a lot of products in a lot of products we're leaders, so we you know it for sure. And I want to praise National Bank for that. I want to praise and highlight achievements of my colleagues in the business of our in the development of our ecosystem. We are open from our side as an ecosystem. We connect banks not only in the Kaspi QR, but we signed an agreement to connect with the united one with the National Payment Corporation of National Bank. And we believe that payment and the open API, it will improve quality of people's life and the user experience of our citizens. We organically move along with others, and some details who define the products, appearance, and content are just the details, let's say like that. I'm persuaded that if we have partnership, we can do everything what we want to achieve. We live in one country. Due to the actors, we choose the fintech. Thank you very much. Think it was incredible news. So I want to highlight once again, and mass media, especially experts, have provocative questions about sabotage or absence of sabotage. We're always in a constructive dialogue mode. Other banks and other systems take care about SOL for their end clients. It's a difficult technical issue in many things. We have this big progress of National Bank during these 4 or 3 years. It's because of high standards defined by great actors in the market. We approved it, tested it in many systems. We proclaim that we have absolutely constructive collaboration. So we have a technical moments. I mean, anti-fraud combating in order to not to turn it into chaos. We are working it. We signed the contract on a QR. In the nearest future, our clients user will gain access. First of all, it would be we want to make it comfortable and safe for users. Thank you very much. Wish you success in your new beginnings, and we will have a great precedent in biometric payments, as Kazakhstan always does this. Aidos, if you don't mind, I have a question to you. According to our analytics, Freedom has a super level. It's one of the fastest growing applications on the market. According to statistics, share of many parts is growing. It's a unique lifestyle. Is being creating. Freedom Media was launched recently. It's interesting to see a streaming service in the context of a banking application. You announced a UI interface and program of loyalty with your banking. During one of the sessions, your participants said that we have a financial parts as tokenized things, buying of cryptocurrency. What about this vertical in your crypto system? Thank you, Binor, for your question. First of all, I'd like to congratulate everyone on the upcoming day of national currency. If we want to go on with the currency question, we live in the interesting time. It's in unique time. A year ago we know cash, and we had a digital currency. Now we have a digital tenge, and it will show its all advantages and all the beginnings which are put there. Who knows, maybe we'll have a digital couple, digital tenge or digital yuan in order to make a cross-border, and by using national bank infrastructure, we have a lot of opportunities to make the world wider and to develop it in a dynamic way. The sandbox, which was launched by National Bank, received many points of view. It's very cool area because tokenization of digital assets provides a lot of opportunities for the market. For instance, tenge stable coins, which is created, it's a very unique thing. When we look at this stable coin story, I don't know. It was a very strange project or initiative for everyone. And Sanjar from Visa, they make settlement with MPS from the CB of a bank. It's a cool, and this sandbox provides to regulate it correctly. And this world of crypto market and tokenization of a company share, it's very interesting. 5 years ago, we have a ICO hype. Not many people understood it, but in the sandbox, now you can make a tokenization of your company. In this platform and concept could be shown correctly in the market tokenization of building meters, and companies don't understand the opportunities they will have. Can you imagine you construct a building, you can tokenize all the square meters, and in 1 hour you can sell it to thousands of physical entities. It's a great story. When you collect money, when you legalize all these things and make safe population from these financial pyramids, and now they will have a great field of opportunities. When it comes to us, we want to take active part in this story. It's again, it's evolution. What can increase synergy because between traditional and digital assets? If we understand it as a meaning of a physical entities and construction companies, it will be scaled. I mean, the tokenization, what can have influence on the first panel session, colleagues told about the AI. It's a great field, it's something new, it's a great challenge, but we have a great privilege. Today we talked about that both government and regulators and business speak on the same language. They all say that AI is important. It's not our tomorrow, it's our today, and it's important to use it. What about question? What about problems it will solve? There are a lot of theories and hypotheses. We will check it. I want to implementation of AI in many areas in education, in healthcare, in order to reduce this gap, so the access to products will be everybody will have it. We support it not by only our mottos or and words, but our products. We implement this. When it comes to GPT, we made it free for all entrepreneurs. We want to make it free in super app for all citizens of our country, so everybody could use it to receive advices and to have access to an I want to speak briefly that we support and agree and encourage this, and see that's a great perspective story. Behind all the technologies we see trust. If we create a tool and correct perception to digital assets, when we see the taking into consideration regulation, Kazakhstan could be on the forefront, not only in the Central Asia but all over the world. Thank you very much. We were waiting for your projects in our regulatory sandbox. Let's move to other speaker. Visa is one of the largest world fintechs. It's a global engine of payment progress, of innovations who are creating, and great investments are made. We observe all your announcements, including global announcements. Last 6 years, the main topics we see in the events, it's AI as a whole. It's use when it comes to anti-fraud companies and agentic and agent payments. Payment agents. We talked about it during the first session. It's about processing of transactions and payments, and they launched several services, talked about it. What about the first case in Kazakhstan? Tell about it. Thank you, Benur. I will unite. I want to congratulate all the colleagues with the National Currency Day. It's upcoming. It's pleasant to hear from all the speakers about it because we interact actively. We actively interact with them in all the areas. If we want to divide it. I was in Portuguese. It was a web summit, and they discussed agentic commerce and and digital currency and assets. It's not only a popular topic in Kazakhstan; it's a hot topic in every place of the planet. When it comes to Kazakhstan, there are two topics we've been discussing in both globally and locally. When it comes to AI, agentic and economies are a new phase of commerce for us. First of all, it's internet commerce. The second part is mobile commerce. It's a new area. Why it is so? Because we see that according to data of all people, AI, 70% of all people in the world just get access to net platforms, and they came there and did something there, and trend goes to into this direction. And I would be bold in several years we will see that nobody would work with application. Everyone will communicate via text and voice. It will change habits and trends of buyers. That's why we actively invest in this area, and I just highlighted it correctly. Its main problems are trust and safety. In all of our service all over the world, we see safety is on the first place, and we launched trusted agentic protocol. We are the first company who done it. This will allow to verify all merchants and players who use AI in our system, so our final user will be provided with a safety, so he or she would know that it's a real legitimate, and it will be delivered due proper time. When it comes to this area, when we will see it's in Kazakhstan and Central Asia, we actively work with our global colleagues to localize the product. In September, we announced the work of in the USA with the first 1,000 of merchants. In the nearest future, the product will be released here with the help of national corporation and national bank. When we took into consideration the sandbox, we were the cradle of innovations, origin of innovations. We launched with national banks a card of CBDC. It was the first project. Up to now, we've been talking about it, and we are proud of it. And many countries want to repeat this experience when it comes to stablecoins and digital currencies. Colleagues noticed that Bank Kyrgyzstan and we made a first settlement. It's the first global experience, and we are proud it's our region experience. Yesterday we announced that we'll try to pay stablecoins on the regular basis. Very actively, and the number of use cases and method of use coin is very massive. It's important to know that actors, users and merchants of actors of payment industry will innovate on new use cases and will come into the sandbox and make limits and where they have experience and safety, so we can, as a big global player, will provide best solutions on this level. I want to wrap up and say that globally we are open for this, and on local level we are ready to provide all innovations and solutions. We always are open to new partners. Thank you very much. I agree with you that revolution of AI in many senses. It's a interfaces. It's a new point of gravitation. It's a voice perspective we have. It's an interface and synergy with the programmed coins, CBDC and any tokenized form will make a new landscape, and this will change, will occur rapidly. And together we are, as regulators and actors in the market, we need to think about it. Up to now, we were afraid of foreign big tech, and as competitors, we have a semi-regulating industry of USDT and OpenAI, and all these innovations. It can make and the regulators barriers cannot make this solution. It's we need to move at a rapid pace, and of course there is an adoption matter of trust. It's very large scale strategic challenge. Thank you for the information, Timur. Thank you very much for that you received the invitation to take part in the forum. Yandex is not fintech, but you're great. It's very important. It's defining technology. It's interesting to see the taxi for the taxi and the new form and the structuring Yandex of business. We see new verticals, B2B, a great line and narrow scaling and other startups. How can you start a partnership in this market and influence of tokenization and AI in financial sector on interaction in your working area?
Minor, thank you very much for this invitation, and I think I need to congratulate everyone on the upcoming National Currency Day. When it comes to Yandex, we serve as the merchant on the one hand, and on the other hand, we are the platform which represents 1 million of unique people who can earn money with the help of our platform. So we act as the tax agent for our drivers, for our clients, and we contribute for the market to become as transparent as possible, for the market to work properly, for the drivers who work with us can get full set of the medical support. The Ministry of Social Protection works in such a way that this 4% from their taxes can be used, can be supplied with the medical help, and we feel ourselves as the full-fledged player because the volume of the integration that we did is impressive. This scale of work, the way we work with regulators, the way we prepare ourselves to the new tax code is a challenging process for the drivers to be as seamless as possible. And I'd like to thank here a great number of fintech companies who work with us. And another aspect of our work is that we believe that we are in the top-notch companies that work with the artificial intelligence, create models, and we love that those models are available in Kazakhstan. Several million of people ask something from Alisa, they communicate with her, and we are really happy that we managed to do a significant work for Alisa to speak Kazakh. We see how the requests of the demands change, and when we talk about the AI agents, we can also see our involvement there, and we consider a very huge project when people start speaking about PSD2 and banking. We can see that once the user passes the biometry, identifies him or herself, he or she can use different interfaces, including the voice one. and have the access to transaction. For it to be as seamless as possible, because the seamless is the thing which we want to see in all our services. And when we help users, sorry for advertising, but just a small example I'd like to give. Many of you probably know that we have the Fisha service where we sell tickets for different events. I remember buying ticket, and 40 minutes before the concert, the push notification came to me with the location saying that we need to go to concert. So you have like 10 minutes to think about it and to travel. I wish that the most of the financial operations will be this way, for a person to think at least what he or she must do, how to use banners, 3DS, to change biometry. The seamless thing of this process is the key. In terms of AI, the agents, we are doing a great work for the assistants. They have proven themselves to be very efficient in Kazakhstan. Many companies use this call center daily for incoming and outgoing calls. We like this dynamism when we can have a mixture dialect in Kazakh and Russian language. We can support the dialect with client, and we really love how we can control the dialogue with a live operator. That's an important part. We call center used to do that. Before, if you work in the call center, a random number of calls is selected and the quality of service is checked. The way the script can be supported, and now you can control, now you can see 100% of the calls, and you can range it the way the operator managed to serve a client and help him with a remote prompter. And this is what we always mention. It's like a button phone. We are all located in the wake of all AI technologies, and we're happy how Yandex Kazakhstan here delivers large solutions for our AI partners. And in here, despite the fact we are not the participants of this market, when we hear that Kaspi becomes part of the unified QR player, and the appetite is enhancing, and I'd like to thank Kaspi for this readiness, and on the other hand, I'd like to thank the regulator for creating the environment of funding new players. But the key issue is that we feel our responsibility for the delivery drivers, for them to have the financing inclusivity. And here is the problem with the issue of credits, with the issue of the law on bankruptcy, how to give the right pieces of advice to the drivers. And here we feel the responsibility towards the people, and we need to offer the solutions. For us, that's extremely interesting. We are open to have dialogue, and we are working with a large number of fintech markets. Thank you very much for that. So we have some examples for the traditional market players. We are living in the competition environment. On the one hand, operation, and on the other hand is competition. All of them are working in this sphere, and some of them consider economy for intention. And in order to ensure this similar thing, customer experience can be considered a must, especially between banking operation, OPS, and infrastructure. So any seamless digital user experience provides for the cooperation. So you can never have the system and I think this trend will be intensified. Now, the question to you, Sergey. At the end of October, Kisel mentioned the relaunch of this financial services, one of the banking sector. It was all about the banking services and cards, and launched the leader generation from the microfinance institution. And it represents the future of financial services, given the changes that occur. Well, I would not be so much original. I'd like to congratulate you all on the day of the national currency, and I'd like to wish you to have as much national currency on your banking accounts and cards. I'm happy to be the part of this panel session, to be the panelist. I would call it the super regulator, as the super app, super cashback, super payment cards, super Yandex. So I even can't call it as a taxi service, just a big company as Yandex. On that, I'd like to end up with my advertisement. Well, we are dealing with what we call it like for 10 years in a row. Kcell, Beeline, and Tele2 are all mobile operators, and we use fintech solutions, payment solutions. We embed them organically in our telecom products, because competing purely on telecom things, it's very challenging. And frankly speaking, this year we achieved significant results. The ones who use our service, the payment services from mobile phones, more than 500,000 subscribers, residents of Kazakhstan. In Kcell, at least made one successful operation in October. I believe that many banks will be very jealous about this huge number. And if you consider the total number of subscribers that made payment this year, it is like 1.4 billion KZT. If you consider all Beeline utility operators, they are more. So we need to understand what audience we target. This is the secret. That's not like a secret. Unfortunately, a huge number of the workable population, they don't have accounts, or they have accounts that have no access. They don't have access to. So it gives an opportunity to pay services, and what we need to provide, we can use them actively. Over these 10 years, we passed serious innovative way. We try to provide banking products, and we increased our competences. We have banking products, but we realized that selling Zhiguli in the market of the electricity EVs is nothing. So we decided to rethink this approach, and we will also try to deliver the products that will be at least very close to the high standards that were set. This is the biggest benchmark set on the market. So we are also considered as the significant fintech market. In 1 week, we will become the subject of finance monitoring. I remember the story when I even didn't buy a car, but the police started to fine me for the speed increase. And now what I want to have the support, and actually look, everything that we provide in fintech services, we do it through the payment organizations. Everything is done through the electronic money. Sometimes we don't have common interests with financial institutions. Sometimes we have significant risks, especially if we consider the payments made in Kazakhstan, especially of those who work with pure business. I think like 10 maximum, which make certain budgets. And another thing is that we have different competences. IT box. In one of the last forums, I was asked how much your processing can do transactions as compared to the banking cards. As I remember, the time with the Google and Apple transaction, the SLL requirement is like millisecond, and we sustain it. Our system allows to process the transactions in such big pace. So, and if we really want to make a significant contribution here, so the access to the organization, the tools that we have will give us serious impetus to the development of fintech. So we consider the experience of other operators and colleagues. Maybe you will surprise or not, but 90% of the incoming balance replenishment comes from 2 banks. It means that 20 banks are like in the margin of the market. But we want to create an ecosystem. We want to create a product with what our client needs. We create the database, and we really want to be the part of the unified QR and no payments, cashless payments. And ending my organic speech, I'd like to turn to Kaspi. There is a huge request to increase the limit of replenishment of mobile phone, at least for up to 100,000 tenge from 50,000 tenge. Well, thank you. My talk is the same activity, same regulation. And if you have in the perspective some of the opportunities in the market, actors, they won't be the injustice on the market. I think it's so difficult thing to comment. And colleagues, we have a few seconds around a small roundup. Every speaker, how you see the future, how you see the future of the model of Kazakhstan in a nutshell. Okay, so listening to our speakers, it's not an advertisement, it's not a publicity. And the second part, we understand that the borders between fintech companies and sustainable financial organizations are eroding, that the competition makes all other people to fight for their clients and to look for new innovations that can be interesting for the clients. And the second part, I notice why innovations become popular for the participants, for our citizens, because we hold dear our time, we try to adapt very quickly, how to implement our opportunities very fast, and most importantly is for all the participants and for regulators to increase the cybersecurity by saving the trust of the client. These are the challenges that we see, and these are the challenges that every actor of the market should overcome. As the representatives of the national bank is as following: we should not compromise the regulatory interest, and we need to base the good regulatory system, and we can see the client at the end believing that all the interests of the clients. And the most important thing now is that the client, and everything should be aligned. As it all must be well integrated. Um, so they can transform one ecosystem to the other. This is what we want to have. We need to build a regulatory position where the client is always right, the client-oriented system. Thank you. Sabajan, please. What's your vision? 3 years is too much for that. And if we come back 3 years back, everything can change, but the competition on the market can grow. there will be more competitors. There will be some standards introduced, maybe existing standards, or the new standards will be introduced, and they will develop. And ultimately, our Kazakh population will live in a more comfortable environment. So, roughly speaking, everything works well. If the stability we will be there in the world, we will have new features, we will have new products, new features, and it will improve the life of Kazakh citizens. And thus, please, I would like to continue the idea that the artificial intelligence that is used in many organizations will go out. The regulators will have a steering wheel that they haven't seen before. All startups and systems where AI will serve as as the steering wheel for targeted solutions. The banks will become efficient, faster, and the solutions will be fairer. Sanjar, please. I don't think I need to repeat the same thing, but we can see the focus on the security of fraud. But because we were a little bit away from the client's experience, we turned towards fast solutions. The fraud identification system will be not reactive but proactive, and we will contribute more to the system. That any innovation that comes, it must be first it was not perceived in Threads or Instagram. It was perceived as something that may help to make life of people easier. Thank you very much, Timur. I think 3 years is a good term, and we want to go to the national bank area, and so I think it's mass adoption, stable coin, digital tenge, making cheaper transactions seamless, like a Palm or Face ID biometry. And I believe that fintech will take new rails, and banks in Kazakhstan, which must make everything faster, make transactions cheaper, and of course, the banks are becoming value storage, and they deliver final solutions. And it's all clear that banks and fintechs and value storage are all in one. But I think there can be greater division, and it can be more beneficial. Thank you. Thank you very much. And well, a small markup. So first thing we need is to build rods, so to say. And I believe that in 3 years, the regulators, when they are client-oriented, client-centric, they will become the products that will be supported as demanded by people, and they create the services that are demanded by the residents of our country. Well, thank you very much. It's very grateful that through the diversity of fintech, we hear about the client orientation. The artificial intelligence will come, but the clients will always be in the core of the attention, and there will be some more comfortable interfaces and a huge focus on the security. Thank you very much for that, for such insightful talk. Yeah, we will hear many new things from the regulator in future. Thank you very much. We would like to thank dear moderators. Thank you very much, Benur Muradovich, and all the participants for the discussion. So the regulators come beyond traditional banking, and they open up opportunities for the interaction. Fintech today creates new opportunities coming beyond the fintech. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear participants. Thank you, dear guests. We will continue in a couple of minutes, and in the next session and here, you will get more positive, even more positive information.
А теперь переходим к следующему выступлению, которое затронет важнейший аспект финансовой.
And now let's proceed to the most important talk that will affect the regulation system. We would like to invite Samayeva Zhanat Turganbekova, Chairman of the Board of National Payment Corporation. Zhanat Turganbekova, she will deliver the report on the new payment system. They improve the payment solutions, but also play an important role in modernizing the whole finance system. Dear all, thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for attending our Central Asia FinTech Summit. I'd like to talk about the change of our payment system over 30 years of its existence. And before, we'd like to make a small flashback. When 30 years ago our national currency was introduced, the national currency had an objective to reform the national system. It was clear that unless our own payment infrastructure is there, it will be difficult. And back in 1995, the first step was made, and Almaty clearing chamber was established, and based on that, in 1996, the Center of Interbanking the transactions was created. In 1996, they streamlined the idea of the payment, and then the banks were able to make payments in the digital format. It was a digital reform, and now I'd like to show you the picture of the server. It was the first server where the first digital payments were processed, and those simply still work with us. And 30 years passed, but technologies changed, and the system itself also reformed. Over 30 years of experience, it was transformed many times. How it was before, all the payments were in packages, and now the payments were gathered in packages, and those payments were initiated in a specific period of time, in 3 days, maybe in 2 days, or maybe in one day. Those funds were credited to the accounts they were sent to. Now they work differently. Now the payments work in the instant format, in the real life, in the real time mode. When you initiate a payment, in some seconds the money comes to the account. Everything is great, everything is fast in 1 second. But when the client presses this button, a huge interbanking system is behind all those things. The digital process, 365 days, 24/7, the payment systems are working for the client to feel the convenience and the easiness. That's why over this 30 years, if we sum up all this, we have not only the technologies that changed, but also the paradigm, the philosophy changed. And now we turn from the philosophy when the system operates in a specific mode. Now the system works non-stop as the life goes. We all realize that in 2025 the instant payments is our standard. What used to be an innovation now is the standard. When we talk about the payment itself, let's dive into that. The payments are not only the money transfer, but the payments the infrastructure of the economy. It's a life artery of lifeline of our country. When the payments go fast, the economy goes fast. The idea of doing something instant create the idea of inclusivity and open access. Many central banks today globally think how to create the national payment system that would be transparent, that would be instant, and that would be secure. So here you need to understand that the payments, the instant payments, are not only about fintech or payment itself, but this is the maturity of the economy because it directly impacts the instantness of payments, directly impacts the dynamics of the economy. And if you look at it this way, 8 years ago, only 20 countries were introducing or have introduced the instant payment services, account-to-account systems, or how you call it. And today in 2025, virtually the whole world, 123 countries, introduced the national payment system in a real-time mode. What does this success mean? Why was it introduced? Namely and normally it's because the real-time payment systems they were created and are managed by the central bank because the state provides for the option, for the scale, for the security, and for the openness and competitiveness of such technology. That's why when we talk about the technologies change very fast, and the clients' habits do not keep up with the technologies, and regulatory framework may not keep up with the development of the technology. And in here the government serves as a guarantor of the sovereignty and provides for the introducing of the infrastructure. The role of the central bank changed. Now central banks, they don't only regulate but become the architects of the solutions. They create platforms that bring together banks and all market actors, the citizens and the business in a single secure ecosystem. When we talk about the payments, the national instant payments are provided by the fact that it is a systemic project. It is a systemic system that allows for the guarantee of mutual settlements. It provides for the inclusiveness and compatibility, different banks, compatibility or interoperability. Okay, what I'm trying to tell you now is that 30 years ago, oh, the good foundation, the awesome foundation of the mutual settlements was made. And we as the National Corporation, along with the central bank, we created the interbanking system of mobile payments. It is an interbanking system that provides for the fast and instant payments and transfers between different actors, between banks, by the simplified bank details. Now you don't have to introduce the card numbers or some more details. Now you can transfer the money by number of mobile phone. But all in all, the system, it's not like a system, it's an infrastructure which is international standard driven. ISO 222. It provides for the security, it provides for the completeness of the data that will allow the market participants to develop new services on top of the system. As we were creating the not like the system but the infrastructure itself, we try to avoid such a concept when the system is created for the sake of the system. It's really important for us to enable other people to create an ecosystem of services surrounding one system. When we talk about our interbanking mobile payments, you can use this system with which our banking actors can make transfers. The transfers between people, like peer-to-peer transfers, to develop this system and complement it with new systems like business to business, government to government, interaction between government, businesses, and others. You can also develop different services, extra services, which are directly linked to the client, like interbanking QR, which we launched, is e-commerce operation, request to pay, when intra-banking billing is provided. Now the billing is done with the use of the banking ecosystem. Request to pay quick. We already tested and scale it.
Moreover, we need to overlap the service on this infrastructure. Also, the infrastructure allows to develop other scenarios, payment scenarios, when it comes to third-party provider of open banking. And above this platform, we can develop other trans-boundary services and so forth and so on. In the whole, when it comes to a national payment system which is being implemented, it's important to choose right services in order to provide adoption and territory, so where participants could take part in it. In our practice, we launched the system from the two important services. First of them is interbanking service of banking transfers in banks, where you initiate a transfer according to a number of a telephone. Our infrastructure supports it, and we launched interbanking QR payments. It's a service above our national payment system. As for our future plans, it's a bar of services. It's just a start. We have a great potential of it. Besides scaling of existing services, while connecting existing services, we will enrich them by other services. And of course, we see and understand this. This is a trend. It's not okay to make a service for the sake of service or a system for the sake of a system. Now it's trend towards comfortable transboundary transfers. And this is our plans and vision. I want you to know what is behind all the services you use on a daily basis. There is an infrastructure of national payment corporation. I want to thank banks, partners who launched these two services on the basis of our platform. And I will give the floor to other participants. Apologies, we have a video now.
Central Asia Fintech Summit 2025. Без фінтех-індустрія світу.
Welcome to Central Asian Summit. We're very glad to meet leaders of digital transformation. Here we input QR service who makes it easier bank transfers. We are glad National Bank, Credit Bank, Kaspi, RBK Bank. We believe that this service will be a new startup in Kazakhstan. Summit 2025. We are glad to see leaders of fintech industry and digital transformation. It unites banks and make payment easier. Thank you, dear Center Credit Bank of Kazakhstan, Home Credit Bank, Bank Narodny, and RBK and Alten Bank for the so they brave and ready to be on the first place. We are persuaded that this service will be a new standard of payments in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Жанна Артурганбековна. And stay on the floor, please. There is a technical process. It's an example when digitalization enhance transparency, reliability of financial transaction. It's an important step to a sustainable financial structure. We proceed with our program and we shift to important QR of payments and their influence on the future of clients' experience. We see the technology of QR code is being implemented in daily operations. Today we work with the QR codes from banks, and we see fintech corporations work with them, how they developed, and we see their problems and overcoming of obstacles. And these innovations will develop financial sector, and I will moderator Agis Kontabayeva, CEO Beeline Kazakhstan, expert on strategies of fintech. Samar Turganbekovna, Vladimir Ruslanov, president of Bank Center Credit. Ahmed Gulfarus Aykubalina, president of Freedom Bank Kazakhstan. Durshatova Gulsum Serikova, director of Halyk Bank Kazakhstan. Lepihova Arina Alexandrovna, director of MCB of Home Credit Bank. We wish good luck to our speakers. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and guests. Welcome to our summit. Let's watch a video on process of payment via QR.
Добро пожаловать на панельную сессию межбанковский QR.
Welcome to the panel session Interbanking QR. Today we would like to speak about the most expected innovation is the Interbank QR. The first question I'd like to ask to the audience, please raise your hands, the ones who have 2 or 3 banking cards of different banks and apps, who have more than 3 or 5, who have 5. I have 5 different banking apps, and as a matter of fact, we are living in the area where we as the clients can't define what kind of banking apps or what kind of card we can use. I don't really will to ask this question to our speakers because they want to tell that one app of my bank, but the reality is this. Before a certain point, despite the fact that QR technology is well-renowned technology in our country and maybe it's already a synonym of payment, but the process indeed is really fragmented. That's why it's really important that every bank should understand that the purpose is to make the client's journey as easy as possible and to make the life of a businessman as easy as possible. And we will talk about how Kazakhstan make a significant step in unifying the system of Kazakhstan. Before, clients could pay for the purchases with the use of a specific app of a specific bank. and the bank, the businessman use POS terminal of the bank, but now the reality is this, that any bank can be used by the client, the banks that are connected to the system. And we will talk about the plans of the national payment system, how what we as a users will get. Will the reality be like each of us will have only one app of one bank, and he can choose from his or her preferences? Yes, indeed, that's a significant upgrade for the whole payment system of Kazakhstan that will brings together the banks, the business, and our citizens and users. Yeah, the business and the client wills. If we talk about the business, it is about the reducing the costs and the opportunity of expanding the client's database. If you talk about the users, it says simplicity, comfort, and the speed. When you open one app in one click, you can scan a QR and pay for it. But if you consider it in the split of the whole country, it is an independent payment tool developed in Kazakhstan and independency from the payment systems. That's why today, together with our speakers, we'll be talking about all this, why we as a country really need this interbanking single QR, how it changes the experience of individuals and what kind of opportunities are created for small and medium businesses. And we will know from our speakers what kind of pilot results are already available in the banks. We have the leaders of the banking industry at the stage, which do not only connect to this project, not only connect to this project, but to make the dreams reality. And now I'd like to ask the first question to Ruslan Vladimirovich. Your Central Credit Bank supports actively digital services for the businessman. According to you, how one single interbank QR may change the realities of small and medium business? Thank you very much for this question. I'm happy to welcome everyone in this room, and the interest of this panel session is there. The single QR topic is very interesting for businessmen, for small businesses in terms of scaling the business. It's all clear that over these years we have generated the habit to use QR in payments, and the demand generates the offer, and it leads to the fact when the consumer comes and he can see like 5 or 6 different QRs, or asking for the QR of the banks. He has the app, and the businessman should take a second, third, or fourth QR which is not added in the POS terminal. For small and medium businesses and for the client, it simplifies the client's journey. A single QR, and the first attempts to create it were mentioned 3 years ago by the National Bank, that we need to deliver a single QR, and this is where we were aspiring to. And then in parallel, banks with their QRs, some banks maybe put on hold, but some of those actively use QR. And according to us, in 2025, the volume of transactions by QR was more than 2 billion KZT. 10% of the clients are already using QR. For a businessman, I think it's an opportunity to scale their business, because the demand is there, and the consumer is there who is ready to use QR for payments. Additionally, for banks and small and medium businesses, it's also an opportunity that besides increasing the sales volumes, we can also see the digital footprint. We can see what kind of products and the volume of those products passed we can offer to scale business. To the businessman, we can provide overdrafts, some limits, so to say, some use of different tools of guarantees, and all this leads to the increase in the turnover assets, turnover funds, and to scale it in Kazakhstan. And like you already told, it's really important for the businessman to reduce his or her costs, especially in acquiring. And the QR gives everyone equal opportunities to all banks, to all actors of this type of payment. Thank you, Ruslan Vladimirovich. The innovations impacted small and medium business, the economy would grow 2 times faster. And the second question I'd like to ask you, you were one of the first who became the actors of this pilot. Can you share briefly the results of this pilot? Do you have the clients of other banks who pay through the terminals?
It occurred that in these three, most of the terminals will have BSK, and the pilot program just been launched, and we started a month ago, and we have a certain dynamics of development. The more participant actors will have, we will see positive dynamics, because QR can be not via post terminal only. We had a lot of examples on the basis of QR payment is here, and population and citizens will like it. You make your payment, you don't think about it, about the difficulties, you don't ask for special instructions on, you don't search for special QR. It's QR, and dynamics is very positive, and it will be have higher and higher points. And I want to talk to Freedom Bank. We know Gulfarus. In Kazakhstan, we actively talk about transboundary payments. What do you think about the countries to make a pilot program with? Hello, I'm glad to greet everyone on this summit. Traditionally, I congratulate everyone on the upcoming holiday of a national currency. It's very interesting the question when we studied QR tendency have their own territory, and before we made our own QR, we understand and we watch the world market, and Kazakhstan has all the opportunities to be a provider and a center of a unified QR of all this Central Asian, to be a defining or enabler. Let's talk about Singapore and QR, and they have a unified QR. It has been working for 8 or 7 years. It's convenient for internal market. It's convenient for visitors, for our tourists. Besides, we have a unified QR. It will take over internal clients. It's useful for physical entities, for both for physical entities and legal entities. We have the similar mentality in Central Asia, and we do not need to forget about China. They work with AliChat and Alipay. If we work with a unified QR and with China, it will be very cool and useful for us. Thank you. We needed to have a guest from China. It's international company Funs, who are leader of QR payment and other payments. Unfortunately, they have problems with Visa. They couldn't connect. We expect something brave from Freedom in the nearest future. We will see something in the area of transboundary payments. Alina Alexandrovna Lepihova is regulating small and average business with your leaders. We discussed that you implemented your CASPI application for physical entities. It showed your openness and your mentality of strategic person. Share your interest to share interest to care what motivates you to promote it in a retail business. And hello, everybody. First of all, I want to thank organizers of this platform, Fintech Summit, and Janar Samaeva and all the team. It's very useful event. I believe Kazakhstan went through the revolutionary phase of QR because our um, country has been developed on the digitalizations and providing moving forward all the clients ways in this area. We are on the first places, and our market is saturated. Is POS. It indicates that our clients like these payment, non-cash payment services. There is a new phase, new period for our country. It's formatted of new financial architecture, which national payment corporation creates in the future. It could be not only banks, it's a fintechs and neobanks and so forth and so on. We follow the example of many countries who implemented unified client payments and QR, and like Gulfarus said about transboundary payments, we see the great future in this area, and perspectives are boundless, and we believe we are three of the leaders who were first who launched this technology. Dear teams, thank you very much because we launched it and processed it with the retail and internal teams and business teams. When it comes to us and the system and banking QR, it's a first step. We have a new layer of services. We are rather small scale bank. A market knows that we are not a acquire bank. We don't want to compete these acquire banks because it's a useless strategy. Nevertheless, we have a need, the clients need to receive payments. It's for physical entities and for both for physical entities and legal entities. We support them. And as for the given technology, it provides other level of data, including our clients, when entrepreneurs can receive broad analytics which will be provided financially for physical entities. It's one more way to receive and accrue payments, but it has to do with the future. When it comes to transboundary payments, it will work in both for sides positively. That's why we support this technology. Thank you for implementation of the technology that will help this kind of service. Thank you, Arina.
Как вы,
Thank you very much, Arina, for the banks. For the banks who are not a part of the acquiring system, this project is the most valuable. So, what impedes bigger banks to implement those projects? But why did you succeed? Well, that's an interesting question. And turning back to the global statistics, there is a country, Brasilia, where more than 700 different countries and new banks and non-banks, fintech institutions already introduced this technology without acquiring network, which is not the acquirer bank. It is expanding the boundaries. It is providing new opportunities, and everyone can be the part of it. What you need in here is the focus. Yeah, we can implement something very quickly. The National Payment Corporation worked on all this, and all of us did a very fast integration. What we need to concentrate on is to make it as fast as possible. The focusing and priorities are important on small and medium enterprises. Next speaker is mm, um, Janar Samaeva, the chairman of the National Payment Corporation, the payment center which implements such strategic projects. We already mentioned that QR payment is a certain association of our Kazakh citizens, but fintech does not stand still. Today, QR goes beyond fintech of small and large banks. It means that there is a competition of ideas. So, Zhanat Turgambekova, the question is to interbank QR becomes an example of different interoperability of different banks, and what are your next steps of as the National Payment Corporation? Can you hear me? Thank you for this question. And probably I think I've already started saying some words in my Q&A session in the presentation, the keynote session. I mentioned about our plans. The reason why we decided to use QR and bank transfers. The first mass project that brought together the banks and was not only the QR and the transfers that we launched in May, but the next phase was the QR. Here it's extremely important to understand that we launched this services specifically because we can see the needs of the clients, because the special needs are created. We don't create a service for the sake of a service. All people realize, all people understand that even in the domestic use, they can go to cafe and transfer money to each other regardless of the bank. And I really hope that for QR payments we will also be successful. We launched it last month, but maybe I will go a little bit ahead, but by the end of the year we expect another 3 banks to join us. And answering your question, when it comes to scaling this service and creating exclusivity, it's really important that the service is available to each of us in this country. But even if we go a little bit aside from that, QR is just a service of QR, but what you can do about it is different. You can add different actors there. So we cannot provide for the interoperability. We can use for the fiat, the cryptocurrency. We will work on this case with BCC and others where the mobile app crypto stock exchange can be used, where you can pay in terminals. So this is for that. We can interact with banks pretty closely. So the banks know the necessities and the clients know what banks can provide us. We are working with the banks, and because when you buy something from the online store, when the report is provided, they normally ask what banks do you have. We don't have this bank, but we can provide it to the other thing, because we will provide for the request to pay next year, which will erode the boundaries between the banks. And what colleagues already mentioned about the trans-boundary payments, yes, that's true. Now people really want to enjoy the fast payments between countries, because we really know how clients think. They never think about the problems, but they never ask themselves what issues stand behind. But our purpose is to work on it. And we are also negotiating with the countries, because it's really important when you introduce a service, for example, the transboundary transfers. We don't only take the country, but we need to concentrate on the country where this service will be really useful. That's why the whole practice suggests that that is all possible. QR transboundary, QR Eastern Asia, Singapore, Malaysia. This is what we can use. So let's work in this regard. Let's do that. And that's a great challenge indeed, but it's really worth doing that. Well, coming back to the scalability, well, we will dwell on that a little bit later, but it's very interesting to notice, to observe how they become drivers of the innovations. But now coming back to the interbank QR, the next question is there a need? Will there be regulatory changes from the national bank? And if we talk about this regulatory changes, will these changes lead to the fact that all banks will be connected to the single interbank QR? So I think that's a straightforward question, and my answer will be straight, like yes. Certain amendments by the national bank were initiated to connect to interbank QR. And another important thing to mention here is that we've been talking about QR long ago. Last year we launched it. We were testing with our partners and banks. We adjusted technology, the system itself, we improved it. And it's really important to understand that all of us realize, like Ruslan Vladimirovich answer, that is what the banks need. Without waiting until the regulatory changes are made, we work with banks in parallel and we introduce such things. Yes, we wait. We don't regulate the technology itself. We don't regulate the QR itself. Yes, we define the standards, but what is extremely important is to provide for this scalability and inclusivity. To make it all happen, the regulation must be designed to expand the number of the actors, because the system will work as long as all the actors are in single ecosystem. So those initiatives are in progress, but and according to my forecast, all banks will be connected earlier than we expected. It sounds really optimistic, and for us as users, it's uh, it's a pleasant thing to hear that, the national and NPCK is doing what they can to make the client's journey as easier as possible. And now I'd like to turn to our next speaker. Halyk Bank is one of the most active banks of Kazakhstan. Then Halyk Bank is actively developing the acquiring. So, Simseri, what kind of advantages will your clients and businessmen get given the fact that you are one of the leaders of the client's database? Hello, colleagues. I'd like to thank you uh, for this interest before the lunch breaks. Thank you for staying with us, even being hungry. Probably the market noticed the information. There are some cards are being used in the POS terminals of Halyk through the infrastructure of the National Bank, the NPCK through the banking sector. Let's talk about the practical things. This is what we discussed in our interbanking community for a long time. The first thing is the pricing itself. If we talk about the merchant supplies for businessmen, that's really important for them, for those rates to be as lowest as possible. This is what the market expects. This is what we discussed for a long time. We can see that the National Bank has done a great job with the market to decrease the interchange rates, but nevertheless, still we can see that there is a certain backlog that will decrease the price parameters for a businessman. This is for sure that the business will get lower terms, and like you mentioned, with the opportunity of the easiest client's journey, both for the individual and for a company. When it comes to the speed of transaction, it is a trend. It will become absolutely 100% persistent, that all people will see money online. They will use it not in 1 day or in 2 days, but instantly. This money will be accrued instantly, and this interbanking structure allows to do so. And the second, the plans that mentioned by our colleagues about the transboundary transfers, I'd like to tell you that today we have currently such an experience with WeChat, with the growth of Chinese tourism in Kazakhstan. It is very noticeable, and they accept payments from the representatives of Asian countries, and you can see that it really supports the business and the plans that we discussed with the National Payment Corporation in terms of creating a network of Central Asia through this transfers. It will give a significant growth to our business for it to grow.
To create risks for yourself and for financial losses as a whole, to have rather transparent calculations. I support colleagues when it comes to analytics, because any businessman is very professional, and they want to see their number of clients in order not to write it down in their notes, but to see number of clients, his or her attention, what are gender of the clients, and technologists will provide all of these need, opportunities. Halyk will always support all these initiatives and all these movements when in terms of digital thing and interbanking QR and transfers. Here we see profits. It's a building of national payment system. Thank you, Gulsum Serikovna. I'm absolutely sure that client and business feel like banks provide innovation not just for an account, but for the projects we will be proceeded. It's friends from the room. You are welcome to ask questions. Before that, raise your hand if you use this function and you pay by QR of Home Credit Bank or National Bank. You paid in PO and ATM machines. Raise your hand of okay. We have people while we're preparing to questions to the speakers. Maybe Janar, we will start with you. What do you think? What needs we need to have a unified scaling of QR in the on the level of the country? When it comes to scaling, let's comes back to a regulating point. For scaling, we need to have all the actors ecosystem functions properly. When all actors are in it, then otherwise we have a fragmentarity. We want to avoid fragmentarity. We want the one space for clients. That's why it's important to regulate some details. It's a participation of actors in ecosystem of interbanking QR. We need to build proper demands to actors. Why it's important? Because it's a new tool. We got used to this payment tool, but when it comes to interbanking payment, we need to build a regulation of the demands to actors. Then we will have a scale, full-fledged system and safe system. Colleagues, do you have something to express? What about your opinions? Let me add that we need to these guys who were QR initiators, they need to connect to this program as soon as they can, and connecting, joining of these banks with the consideration of client bank. We see that 9 banks will join by the end of the year. In the first quarter of the year, we will see this in the client's way will be lessened, will be easier, and they could pay easier. I want to correct my thought. It's important to connect all of the guys. It will be free will engagement. in other and or we could make people to join us. Entrepreneurs and clients don't want any making. You should do or you have to. When you come to a shop or to a coffee house, they always ask what kind of ATM machine they have. What about name on the bank and and the seller needs to ask a lot of questions to their clients. They will know that a unified QR will take away all these POSs because the costs will be reduced by the clients. It's main target for them. And the second advantage is you don't need to teach all of your personnel. This card is applicable to this, and this card we will have this kind of limits. All people who use the post terminals, they know about it, they are aware about it. That's why QR, they have all prerequisitions to take these, to seize this market. Businessmen know they will teach their personnel and individuals. We will join us. Dear colleagues, do you want something to add? Along with the National Payment Corporation, we will do a lot of scope of work because in order to implement as safely this technology. First of all, it's a choice of standards. There are two options of standards, and now technologically we work on the urgent format. That indicates it's a work of financial institutions, large-scale institutions. They have a technological experience and have a dialogue experience. Secondly, it's a safety of individuals and merchants, because it's not difficult to implement a technology, but when it comes to defending individuals and businessmen from losses and to correlate to standards when it comes to arbitrage, and according to this methodology, we have this task. We have a task to implement the technology on the market, and the payments will occur. But do not forget, when we have a positive experience, we will have a negative experience, and a cyber fraud and ordinary fraud will occur, and we provide protection work, so the mechanism started to work. Technological launching, it's not difficult. Thank you very much. One or two questions from the auditor room. Representative of Kaspi Bank is here. I want to answer your question. I want to reply. We missed you on this panel session. Let's don't say about the pioneers of these projects. I want to highlight that many clients of banks can pay via QR. It's a very positive experience, and the unified QR, it's a development of a national bank idea in open up. It's very important to understand that Gulsum said, when we take into consideration specialties of technology, so that technology needs to be safe for our clients at the end of the day. That's why all these periods of adaptational models, we strive to connect to a target model. In the context of this model, transactions needs to occur safely, and we wait not only Halyk but other banks would be able to connect to a target model in the nearest future. In the context of this model, there are a lot of actions, so anti-fraud system and the system which protects clients will work, and system of safety, it's very important for second-tier banks. And who is the winner, Janar? And who's the leader? Which initiative is here? Everyone is gain the profit from it, gain an advantage. We sign the contract. We have a technical discussion of technical experts for ensuring safety of anti-fraud systems. For certain technical details, we are working corporatively, and together we need to agree on the format of anti-fraud system will be complete, and the advantages here, what kind of additional technical enhancement we need so to comply to all regulations to take part in a unified QR project. Gulsum replied about it during for 1 year. We've been implementing of interbanking QR project. The technology is easy to make. You can implement it in a month, because but it's not easy to agree. We don't have regulations. We don't have clear demands. We work with the banks together. Every week we meet each other and we develop and we train some things and we discuss some details. When we started to work with the QR, we need to provide interoperability and compatibility of all actors. We have MBCO and we have a link format. So when we develop it, we spent a lot of time in order to agree with each other. It's okay. It's a normal way of it's a way we need to work collectively. We need to work together. And now we need to discuss the technical part on anti-fraud system, and we need to scale it. We have broadcasting now. What about businesses and businessmen? Apologies for individuals. It will be a safe system, and there won't be a leakage of data, and our clients have nothing to fear. When it comes to a national level, when you implement a national system and you need to provide safety for it, we don't want to highlight it separately. First of all, safety is on the first place of all actors and clients, so you don't want to be afraid of it. And one guy raised his hand. Hand a microphone to him, please. Organizers, please help to hand the microphone. Hello, Nors. I'm from Kazmobile. My name is Norlan. I have a question. What about the access to a payment organization to a unified QR? Thank you. Jana, it's up to this question is addressed to you. It's a good question. We don't have an answer on it. It's a question of a discussion format. That's why I cannot say definitely that we will have access to a payment organizations. I cannot say like that. Connecting, it's easy. Technology is easy. Just provide us a strategy, and the national bank draws this strategy, this vision, connecting concrete players. In a year, we cannot say whether it will be in a year or later. From our side, we are open and we want to have an open market. So not only banking organizations could connect to this system, but non-banking too. Then we will have a good mature concurrency, we didn't agreed on this because Euromobile and our session will come to a conclusion. Thank you for your deep insights and inspiring answers. Today we saw that interbanking QR, it's a new mode of and model of interconnection between banks and businessmen and individuals, and unified work of the above mentioned banks, which are connected in this with this pilot program with the help of national payment corporation. Clients and business will win, and this discussion show that future of these kind of payments without cash, it's a collaboration or partnership where QR will stand of universal language of finance and trust. Thank you for your participation, for your energy and input and development on fintech industry. See you a year later. Thank you, dear participants, for the discussion. Dear moderators and speakers, thank you for the participation. Give a round of applause to our speakers. We congratulate everyone to a group photo. Dear participants, we will have a last report, then you will have a lunch after that.
Сонымен жалғастырайық. Следующее выступление будет посвящено...
So we will go on. What about an important aspect of digital transformation, a regulator of a single supervisory program? Digitalization of regulatory processes will enhance quality of control and to accelerate adaptation to the market of changes. It's very actual because of striving changes on the digital market. And we want to give the floor to first deputy of Deputy Abel Kasim Bukihanovich. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. They talked about digital and financial sector grows exponentially. What are algorithm of AI being used by our bank? Our target to ensure safety in the financial sector. We want to tell you so our financial sector will be sustainable. I want to tell about our story. 6 years ago, we started surveillance, and it was important to create a methodological foundation, and we wanted to define strategy of future development, and we wanted to have this concept of development until 23. 6 years ago, we started to start a full scale QR development. We changed our view on development of it and on processing data and enhance safety. And in 2021 and in 2022, we actively implemented elements of regular of QR in our surveillance practice. We made a surveillance evaluation. We implemented full-scale stress testing, who helped us to enhance testing and to see shocks and a level. In 2023 and 2024, we had a full-scale spread. It was not a separate initiative. It was a in-house development. We were independent on vendor. We didn't write technical targets. We just started our projects, and in a short time we could develop our system to ensure safety of financial sector. We need to mention that at the same time we appeared several times of development, and I showed you several experts, several teams of development did it. One of our achievements is a transfer to FINA. It's a unified surveillance platform. It's a first version. We wanted to show you. Timur Muratovich mentioned that agency with the national bank as confirmed strategy of digital regulators, and we established our strategy of financial regulators. Our single unified digital platform have all these four applications of all sectors. It's a surveillance of bank and cross-sectoral application, surveillance of insurance market and market of securities. We have a lot of information in data system. We connected them in the single platform, and the basis of our consolidated surveillance.
So it's provided in several sectors of our. I think I need to mention three important initiatives. The first is the request factory, Sinai and Kanrar. I will speak about them separately. The request factory allows us to have information about people and about vulnerabilities when the services are provided. And Hainar is the system that provides for the informational security and informational safety on the regulatory market. So they are merged. Okay, let's start with Sinai. Sinai is our financial regulatory. So we changed our policy. We are becoming more transparent, and our purpose is not only to ensure the financial markets and improve the system, but it allowed us to implement 23 tools as of today, and 10 of them, like we already mentioned before, we also use them in processing requests. A scoring model is applied for the banking system. We also have some tools with the use of artificial intelligence that allows us to provide for the feedback. This is how our service looks like. We demonstrated it to our regulators. We used to be a regulator which different financial institutions, international organizations with it. They provided us with technical support, and now we are the regulator that can provide the technical assistance to other regulators. We are taking a very big pace. We are very fast, and our developments represent an interest of other regulators. International financial organizations mentions that not only the market is being digitalized quickly, but the regulators have all digital tools necessary for the surveillance. There are some tools I'd like to dwell on. We can check the services and the sectors. If we go sector by sector, the biggest banking sector, we can choose any bank. In this bank, you can see the key indicators. I don't want to go so much in details. There are some capital and other indicators that are really important from the control perspective. This is for the citizens to be confident that their deposits are always secured. We have different modules, credit ratings, guidelines, and other indicators that are needed for the managers, so the shareholders and the management. Here you can see the board of directors when the permissions and licenses were given, as well as all regulatory documents. Normally we don't show these things like that, but we also have a gray list in here which allows us to define the gray list of the managers. It means that the decisions are taken by those people require special attention. We can also see when he was entered in the gray list. In the development of the finance sector, those tools allow them to manage. Besides that, we also have different significant events that occur if something happens. It used to be in silos way, but now the managers have a chance to go back to a specific date retrospectively and see what kind of events occurred, why something happened, like 5 years ago, 1 year ago, 1 month ago, and to see what kind of board of directors decision was made. It all allows us to understand the risk history of a certain event that occurred. Control events represent our all supervisory activities. We have the special model which demonstrates how we perceive the banks inside how we see the risk inside the bank. We have the stress testing of all the supervisory exercises. We can check every specific year. We can see every single component. We can see the challenges. We can go to the app itself, and inside you can see how the manager answered more than 100 questions. And then we can go further on, we can dive there, and we can see the confirming files and commands why this bank has such deficiencies or the strengths. One of the important elements is that we have the history of the credits of the population. We developed it especially for these purposes. We have different tools how to provide the supervision. One of these tools is that we check the quality of delivery. We can see that in the system the indicators are gold 157. We can also check a specific bank. And this is how the system behaves. This is more system related. In the next slide, we can see how this system refers to a particular bank. We also have some behavioral models which are the game changers when the artificial intelligence is introduced. When we speak about the scoring, we can see when they did that with the underwriting standards were depreciated, we can respond to them pretty quickly. Besides that, without waiting until all the risks happen, we can see how the risks of default can occur in citizens 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months. We can see that if 6 month default is a chance to occur, then we serve it as an early alarm system, and we start working with the banks to strengthen and reinforce their underwriting standards. And now you can see how the underwriting standards of the bank changed. Bank one had a certain improvement. They now have 9% better good all borrowers, and if some other indicators are there, the KPIs had to be improved, sales had to be improved. When we can see such trackers, we immediately respond. Those dashboards are very numerous. I'll not be able to demonstrate all dashboards, but the response tools allow us to foresee the risks and respond accordingly. The supervisory stress monitoring is the monitoring we can do in every minute. There are 4 modules. You can set the scenario and you can see how the bank's capital sufficiency changes. Especially it's important when the base interest rate changes. We can see the parallel shift by 1.5% be increased, the base interest rate, and the way they respond, whether that's gonna be a deterioration for the bank capitals or in terms of sufficiency or not. If we see some significant changes, we start responding immediately. We did this exercise sometimes this year, and it's a standard tool that we can use in our portfolio. Well, furthermore, here you can see not only the micro stability, micro statistics of the financial sector, we can also dive deep into the level of specific borrowers. We can set a certain stress test. We can see how the statistic changes. We break the borrowers by 20 categories, and we can see how he flies from one category to the other. If he was a bad one, to what extent he will become become worse. You can also see them split them by individual identification numbers, what people are fraud to risk. Either that's gonna be many credits or huge credits amounts, huge loan amounts, and we can see the nature of the risk for a specific citizens. Our strategy has an important thing of introducing behavioral control. That's why we create the factory of request. It was like a no way situation. Or today we have 130,000 appeals with no due analytics, with no introduction of artificial intelligence tools. It would be much more difficult to cope with that. While at the same time we can also see the way the questions of that our users have and what the sector they are represented by. Here you can choose either of the banks. We can see that there were many requests per bank, and based on this analytics, so we can form the appeals to the bank. We can send a letter to the bank for the bank to reinforce the underwriting standard, and we attach the list of the issues and the claims to this bank, and we are suppliers of the information for the bank to improve their customer care. And it's also extremely important to mention that we improved the quality of requests. We can see how our employees answer to the citizens. We take systemic decisions. We change the procedures. If we see the growth of the scammer activities, we improve the anti-fraud system of the banks, and we can provide for extra adjustments to the banks for the clients to be less susceptible to the risks. And we also try to work with our population as much as we can for them to be as protected as possible. As the digitalization grows, the risks and cyber threats are increasing. We have KNR system. More than 100 organizations are connected to the more than 10 modules, as I believe like 14 modules are implemented today. This is the collective immunity system. It sends possible vulnerabilities to the bank, and more than 700 vulnerabilities were sent not only to the banks but to 100 finance institutions. There were around 13,000 signals. This what the models look like. For example, we make a certain journey. Let's find this vulnerability journey. For example, we can see that there is an OT vulnerability. We fill in the card. It was Microsoft Office vulnerability. We describe this vulnerability. We give it a certain a certain case. We create a certain file. Now, for example, this event occurred in a bank, and the bank should fill in the incident file. And this file shows you just this is not only a mere vulnerability in the finance market, but a reality for our finance sector. And just to draw conclusions from it, to learn lessons, we receive the report of this incident, and this report is circulated to all organizations in the form of the threat. We fill in this card and send it to all other organizations that this event occurred. We describe the characteristics, and because we are the sectorial informational business, we need to help the organizations. If something happens, we need to create a collective security. We send the threat in alarm to all the organizations that are connected, and we can complement. We can send it to certain banks. we see that there is a certain software installed and the investigation must be provided. We can see that it can be done retrospectively. We can check to what extent they were susceptible to this risk, and they prepare us a report telling us if this incident took place or not. That's an extremely important thing to know, that they give us an instruction, we report on them, and we have files for all incidents in the finance sector. For example, it is under investigation in Bank 3, the investigation is over, and by doing so we become kind of supplier of the data. And I already told that we are the vendor for data for finance institutions. This is another place where we don't only act as a regulator that provides for the supervision, but we become a vendor which helps finance institutions to improve their resilience. And the last thing about our plans, we were not only about this supervision, but also to develop ourselves along with the market. We have several initiatives in here, especially when it comes to behavioral supervision, dealing with the population, protecting the finance services market. We want to create a decentralized system for appeals of the finance services users. We will develop the marketplace at Fingramata Gazette. Within this literacy, we want to create a platform which is the base of our consolidated supervision, but we want to engage the finance institutions, including banks, for them to see the way we perceive them from the market's perspective, from the supervisory plans, and we can become a technology their perception from the market standpoint, and Kainar will also be expanded from the tools introduction perspective that will provide with the payment risks of the financial institution. The way we transformed ourselves over a short period of time, we have created a number of services, and now we are independent from the vendors, so we can create a certain expertise, and we hope that our market, our experience will be very useful. Before we used to demand so many details from banks, and now we are the vendors, and we don't burden the finance institutions with extra tasks, and we become more resilient, and we help banks become more resilient. Thank you very much, Timur Bekehanovic, for.
I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, partners. Actually, we have seen a lot of interesting reports and presentations of our different colleagues. With their help, we can assuredly say we live in a unique time when yesterday's technology, yesterday we thought it was a fantastic, but now it's a reality. One of the advanced parts of this technology, it's AI. You've heard about it a lot today. We understand that AI is not a technological trend. It is more than a new shift. It's a new step which is comparable with the invention of internet and mobile equipment. AI already changed the way we work, the way we have collaborations, and the way we talk and have fellowship. It changes the way we purchase and buy. We have a small disclaimer to our presentation. My name is Madyer Sherubekov. I'm representative of Visa company and my main company to explain how payment industry is being developed in the developing era. Along with you, I want to know what is important, why AI commerce is important for a payment industry. We know that AI commerce or a commercial on the base of AI is an integral part of our life. Every one of us used AI. Now it replaces as an engine service. It can completely um, uh, correspond or any client until the moment of payment. Actually, AI commerce exists on the market. In the world, we have a lot of players. It's OpenAI with a GPT chat. It's Perplexity, Alexis with Amazon. That it's not just a chatbot where you can use the information. They can collect, compare, and give a hint for forming a basket. We understand it. We've monitored this industry, which actively be developed, and as a payment industry, we need to be together and develop it in a correct way. There is an interesting statistics. We've made 66% of people used AI at least one time in their life during the last 3 months. 47% of purchaser say we are ready to use AI platform to search for a product or a commerce. 79%. It's a very high in the number. Oh, they are afraid of their sensible confidential data. That's why Visa works in this area. For dozens of years, we've been providing safe payments, both here and there, and we understand it's a great paradox, and there is a solution for this paradox. When it comes to Visa vision, we don't want one more platform to compete to current platforms. Our main goal is to be a link who will ensure safety. Here we can see a small ecosystem that has been actively developing. Maybe 10 years ago, we understood that we were consumers, merchants, acquirers, and we see that it's been developing on the regular basis. More and more platforms appear who provide new AI solutions. We understand that one of the front areas for development is AI. As I said, the main Visa vision is to be a basic catalysator who will develop this ecosystem together, ensuring safety. It's a main part. Safety, it's a main part. We determine different areas. There are key regulations. There are platforms who create AI solutions of clients' ways. There are banks and issuers who ensure AI for providing all these non-cash operations, cashless operations and transactions. We made the Visa Intelligent Corpus, which guarantees all development infrastructure and safety, so platforms couldn't be afraid how to develop their payment story. They want to improve the client's ways, and the purchasers wants to raise the level of their sales. There are 5 pillars of safety. It's first of them is tokenization. You know what is tokenization? Where you have 16 numbers exchanged to a unique digital tokens, and just imagine that for scammers compromise these tokens. It doesn't mean anything for them because it's just tokens that exchange the numbers. Authentication, it's very important. It's very important for Visa. We want to ensure a seamless identification of clients with the help of different tools, biometrics, and other areas. I will tell about one of them in the following presentation. Payment instruction. It's important to create safe payment instruction who will come away from a platform until the network of Visa signals. It's a very important factor. We understand that it will work in the real time. When a risk arises, it will be timely notification. And one more thing, it's a notification personalization, apologies, personalization. We know that clients use a lot of volume of data with the help of personalization without showing the personal data to create best offerings for purchasers. Let's watch a short video. What about the sound? There is no sound here.
Okay.
It's interesting. It turns out I watched the video without the sound. It would be the others case with the sound. We showed it 6 months ago, and our common drop we showed that we have been developing as a Visa in this era, and we provide a solution provides infrastructure to make safe payments. As it's written, the future of AI commerce. In the future, we will reveal it. It's our global history, what Visa created. We understand there are phases which have been development gradually. If we talk about innovation, which came to Kazakhstan, it's a next offering. It's a click to pay. Actually, if it is on the market, we have a pre-final stadium of testing of this thing. What is a click to pay? Many of us have faced it. In Kazakhstan, there is a high indicator of tokenization. We have a free pay. We have a high indicator of card on file, and in application of taxi, we have a card and we pay there with the help of this. We have income marketplaces where you need to finalize your purchase. You need to input your data number of your card and the term CIV and so forth and so on. It creates some of the obstacles. We did it the same. We did it in the same manner. We made we made a survey, and the 69% of the basket do not complete the transactions. The reasons can be various. It's interesting that 24% of people say we don't want to fill in the blanks. I want to buy goods, but I need a registration and I don't want it. 17% says that it's too much of the checking. 18% say confess that I wanted to buy this on this marketplace, but it shifted me to other marketplace, and 4% say about limits of cards. And we understand there is an inconvenience, and especially for our clients, we provide Visa Click to Pay, which provides with a one field input a number of your cell phone in voila, and you make a payment. On the left side, it was a necessary standard your last name, address, number of your card, and there is a click to pay solution. You input a number of your telephone, and all the data, so to say, tracks to it. If several cards are connected with it, you can choose one of them, and you do your payment. And for the first time in the click to pay, the client needs to identify that she is a client with the help of that password, and it occurs. Next time you will have to input your number of your phone, and it will be successfully done. And integral part of our solution, it's a solution payment passkeys. It makes your payments easier. The most important thing that the payment passkeys works on the FIDE standards base. It's a global standard. It's a global company which specializes on the biometrics, and the most important thing that and find in the while you have a pass key operations, all personal data is being kept locally. It doesn't leaks to the because, as we said, every client is precautious about their personal data, and all the personal data will be kept and on the client side. The most important thing that the device authorizes online with the help of cryptography, and it's confirmed whether the client has it or not. Let me explain it in a simple way. The client can put ITP code or just confirm with his biometrics, or by finger or by his face. It provides a user experience, and also OTP, as I said, it's a rapid stuff with a basket. There is no fraud. There are no false slides, so the clients could be afraid of fraudulent activity. It's an enhancement. Here, this technology has been supported by all host providers, and all browsers support it. And I didn't want to mention the browser which does not support it. It's 88%. We don't have 5 million devices already support this story. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madhyar. We will continue. Let's continue. And the participants of the next panel discussion, you're welcome. The floor is yours. We'll continue our topic of AI, and we shift from results of research to implementation of AI in certain financial organizations. Moderators is Asataif Arman. He's a part of trustees board of Fintech I Center. Klimov Sergey Institute of CR Technology. Shadiev Iskander, Regional Director for Central Asia DeepL AI. Polatov Alibek, co-founder of COO Shy Pro platform. Rinat Tukanov, Group Chief Technology Officer, Freedom Holding Corporation. You're welcome, dear participants, and I give the floor to our moderator and to our speakers. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming to our session. I don't want you to be here just for. We will have a Central Asia session. It will be after this panel session. I don't want to cheat you. I hope you will stay and listen to me. Now we will say about not just about a good situation we have now. Let's talk about AI providing many good ideas. Let's talk about problems and challenges we are facing financial companies in our Central Asian region. Probably I will start with a brief short questions to every speaker. Then we will ask questions on the common panel discussion, and speakers will talk with each other. It's a live broadcast, living session. I am not a fan of this kind of reports. I hope you will be interested in it. Let's start from you, Sergey. A company, a Solva company, and her success basically based on the active implementation of financial technologies with your products. You develop your products on the base of financial technologies, and you such a great investment in this. You have a separate company who is involved in technological programs. You are CEO of this program. Tell about it. We get acquaintance on you, and we talked about the topic of AI. I wanted to define pain points. Tell me about holding software. What was its way while implementation of AI? What about experience pain points, advantages and disadvantages of the past?
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for this opportunity to be the part of this panel discussion. I'd like to thank all those present on the day of the national currency. Sova company indeed has huge competences and expertise both within the financial products and in the development of software. Yeah, our very first steps aimed at the introducing of AI came in the development sector of the software. For sure, we decided to find some key areas well, before we talk about Solva, I'd like to talk about the global practice. We heard about different AI cases in fintech industry. Probably I'd like to highlight some of the key benchmarks. MasterCard this morning they were talking about the use of AI technologies in finding fraud in their transactions. They detected a Chinese bank case, my bank. I'll tell you about this case a little bit later. So the thing is, this company provides the services to small and medium enterprises and individual businessmen, and they align the processes when they don't require some official statements from the client. They can provide the publicly available services from the private-public partnership. It allows them to take the 3 minutes for the filing of the application and point zero interaction with the client, and it's an outstanding case. I think it's worth considering it applicably to Central Asia. Well, it comes to different assistants like the AI agents. Some of them have been already used in different finance institutions. So the case of Bank of America, which is the most impressive. So JP Morgan's with AI, with their AI agents, allows to get the documentation. If we come to Solva, if we consider different software as well as AI agents, we actively use AI to verify the code, to check if the code is correct and valid and it is in line with the safety, and it is in line with the corporate requirements. We also paid attention to building the database on AI, and here we are making certain AI agents build up, allowing to answer any question, both internal and external user, for it to validate specifications for their correctness, for their compatibility. Dealing with the language is an important aspect, and AI is irreplaceable here. If you talk about the challenges, I think the key issue is that as very sensitive model, we have some issues in forming, so we can we also need to consider some color markers for the specification in AI agents, which AI is not capable to interpret correctly. The key issue in here is that there is a lack of personnel which is ready to come and build this there is also an instability of this model, we know about it. So the model can give you different answers. And if you want to build some processes on top, it will be risky. There can be certain changes that may be further used. Okay, Sergey, if you were to buy some projects from the artificial intelligence,
Я бы, наверное, все-таки вот тут гибрид, да, такой комбо хеджирования, да, каких-то рисков. Первый риск. Первый, наверное, это проект, направленный на управление эффективностью, безусловно. Это мы активно смотрим и понимаем прекрасно, что AI, скорее всего, через некоторое время не будет иметь конкурентов в части обслуживания клиентов, в части клиентской поддержки. Поэтому, наверное, первое – это автоматизация клиентской поддержки и всех контактов с клиентом.
Спасибо. Спасибо большое, Сергей.
Я второй момент.
Да, наверное, мой вопрос был как раз таки в одном моменте, поэтому спасибо. В принципе, там, наверное, душа сказала, что было первым. Искандер, компания Zipple является, конечно же, безусловным пионером в области использования генерации синтетических данных и активного искусственного интеллекта. По факту мы говорим не о обычных языковых моделях, NLP или диффузии, мы говорим именно о ганах, о бое, о их смешивании, о вашем флагманском продукте Zigane. Вот. Но хотелось бы, я с вами, знаете, мы активно работаем вместе, но хотел бы узнать, что же идет после Zigane. Есть ли какие-то новые, не знаю, продукты ли? Если коротко можете сказать, был бы очень признателен на самом деле, потому что это интересное, скажем так, телеполагание.
Арман, спасибо за приглашение, за предоставленную возможность. Да, как вы отметили, Zigane является нашим таким ключевым алгоритмом. Вот. Если позволите, я кратко пройдусь, наверное, по профилю нашей компании. В целом, чтобы у всех было понимание, Zipple, мы являемся глобальным разработчиком решений для управления рисками в финансовом секторе на базе искусственного интеллекта. Сама идея Zipple у нас зародилась в Стэнфордском университете в 2021 году, и вот спустя столько лет мы уже сильно масштабировались. Мы базируемся в Дубае, являемся резидентами Дубайского международного финансового центра, также являемся резидентами Астана Хаб в Казахстане, IT-парк в Узбекистане и IT-парк в Таджикистане. Трекшн у нас довольно-таки уже серьезный, 20 рынков, более чем 60 финансовых учреждений, как раз таки с использованием нашего алгоритма, да, кредитного скоринга на базе искусственного интеллекта, то есть объем выданного кредитного портфеля уже составляет более чем $400 миллионов. Вот. И вот как Арман отметил, Zigane является нашим ключевым алгоритмом. Да, это наша запатентованная технология генерации синтетических данных. И очень важно отметить, что данный продукт даже опубликована научная статья в Корнеллском университете на платформе архив. Вот, если говорить непосредственно про Зиган, это вот наши показатели, которые мы достигаем среди наших партнеров, да, то есть мы в среднем снижаем уровень доли проблемных клиентов, да, NPL, до 30%, смогли увеличить уровень одобрения до 3 раз. Ну и, соответственно, если мы говорим какие-то про антифрод решения, то есть в 92 случаях наше решение оказывается верным. Вот. И вот отвечая на вопрос Армана, есть ли у нас что-то новое? Да, есть. Мы относительно недавно, можно сказать, выкатили, да, данный продукт. Это платформа Lucid, которая это ноу-код платформа, да, где наши партнеры могут самостоятельно чистить данные, обучать модели, валидировать и уже деплоить уже в продакшн. Да. Чтобы у вас было понимание, в банковском секторе весь цикл, да, запуска AI-решений, будь то скоринг, антифрод, коллекшн, он может занимать от 1 месяца до нескольких месяцев, при условии, что у финансового учреждения будет хорошая команда разработчиков, ML-инженеров, аналитиков и, соответственно, хорошие данные. Благодаря данной платформе мы сократили цикл от 2 до 4 недель. То есть нет необходимости писать код для запуска какой-то AI-модели. Все, что необходимо, это иметь датасет. Вы выгружаете данные на платформу, платформа сама анализирует, какие параметры больше влияют на окончательное принятие решения, вы обучаете модель и деплоите уже, допустим, в ABS. И важно отметить, что мы в платформу также синтегрировали этот Zigam, который помогает генерировать синтетику. Основное применение Zigam заключается в том, что, допустим, представим, что...
Zigam, just imagine the bank or finance institution does not have enough data to build up the model. What Zigam does, we generate the real life data. Just imagine 100,000 contracts, 1,000 real clients, and Zigam generates synthetics, not in a way like we copy something, but we generate the synthetics which given by the judging by the partners, but patterns generate the synthetics. This product is generated if the bank launches a new segment. It is, for example, crediting of self-employed people. Zigam used to be a tool, a special trained Zigam employee should use it. But now Lucid provides for the opportunity of the entry point, and even businesses, business analysts can use it. So the essence of this platform is that we don't build the models for partners. We give the platform with which we we validate different phenomena and build the model. We used to make it ourselves with Zigam. Now Zigam is available for our partners, available in this platform. I think that's outstanding. I think this is one of the global trends, and why GPT models are created, not only the model generation models, because the majority of people need to know how to work with them in terms of the adaptation of artificial intelligence. Alibiak, the company Shai Pro, HAI, or probably I pronounce it in a wrong way. There is a good story. The origins start with finance industry, and I would be happy if you share this story with us, because the finance market does not only receive innovations, but it generates innovations. Thank you very much for inviting me. How you come to the platform? ShyPro is a corporate ecosystem. In 2023, I met with a colleague with whom I worked in JP Morgan, and I have he demonstrated me some good ways they can cooperate with each other and they can provide certain results autonomously. And when he demonstrated me this solution, I checked it and I wondered the way the technology is developed now, and now you can introduce it in business. We started the communication, we started cooperating with innovative companies, and we offered a solution like that. When we offered this solution, we all realized how multi-agents work, and not all people trust these solutions. Even after showing the solution to others, they told us that they need some local solutions, and the ChatGPT could work with them in the country. We decided to help them, and we developed a solution. And thanks to this solution, we managed to implement our projects. We created a platform to generate AI agents. Some agents are working in this platform. They optimize the work with the use of AI agents. They realize how they work. And when we met with the companies for the first time, they had some questions, so we decided to deliver the workshops for top management to know how they work. And we also talked to the employees, and we wanted to detect the business processes. Some companies mistake believing that all business processes can be replaced with AI. Some things can be like in the company 70% automation, 30% of AI. Now we are developing those tools, those AI agents. We introduce them. Now we create vertical IT agents that allow to resolve narrow issues. We have the compliance AI agent which checks the documents pretty fast and can detect the inconsistencies in the standards. Now we are negotiating with a company. It is a subsidiary of GSK, of Global Electronics. We deliver them a solution. Before they spent like 3 months to resolve the issues, and now agents can do that in 15 minutes. Well, very briefly, well, Alibek, I would like to ask you a question. I ask the same thing to many people who come to the company who are ready to deliver finance products, and they tell us like, okay, could you please introduce us to a financial company? But the first question that comes to my mind, where the model is, proprietary model, source model, is it in the cloud? How do you solve GPU problem? Probably I have the same issue if you face in our region what you offered us. Do you provide the GPU? How do you see the solution in here? How do you solve it for your clients? As a matter of fact, that bothers the investment companies, financial institutions, because it is all about the regulation activities, and all the data must be processed online. That's why all people want the on-premise solution to work within the country, and this is what we are dealing with. There are also some open source solutions like Llama, Gemini, DeepSeek. But when you launch something, not all the models work correctly. You need to adapt, you need to improve, you need to train, retrain, etc. And we realized where the problem is, and there is a lack of GPU. Kazakhstan has no GPU. Somewhere there are some supercomputers, but they must be bought for the company. Not all companies realize that they need to buy GPU. It turns out that they must process some details online, and they need to install it internally, and they realize that they need to introduce both AI and IT solutions. Another problem is that because not all people understand the AI risks, they cannot correctly evaluate the ROI. It sometimes costs $300,000, and after that you need to deploy it. It represents a huge budget for some companies, and in order to get the results, the mathematical results, they need to calculate those cases, the cost of their introduction, and it's very challenging. That's why we deliver workshops just to explain the advantages and understand where they can get a push effect. Well, thank you very much. These are very good questions that you mentioned. I think this is one of the topic of our research, and I think we will know the state of all this in 40 minutes as I speak, and that's a good thing that you don't only show the solution to the client, but you also help the clients to introduce this solution. Okay, I'd like to turn to the next speaker. Renat, you are a technical director of Freedom Corp Holding. This is not only the international large holding, but this is the holding which is represented in all financial industry sectors. You have bankers, you have brokers, microfinance institutions, and credit institutions. It allows all us to see the problems in introducing AI in different types of financial services, but also it allows you to have even more perspective, because Freedom Corp is also about telecom. My question will be as follows. Among those recent projects that you implemented within the group, would you like to allocate, would you like to outline, the highlight, because you are a holding, you are a group, and what would you implement? Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for the question. As a matter of fact, allocating beloved actor is not appropriate, because other people will get offended. Are there many people who use ChatGPT here? I think, yeah, this is the AI, power AI. Well, the adaptation goes well. So, like you mentioned correctly, Freedom Finance has become very big. When I joined this company, there used to be 3 companies, including foreign countries, and now there are 30 business lines, and there are around 60 companies, subsidiaries. Whatever you are doing is directly dictated by the scales. It is somewhere at the level of quantum physics. When something goes wrong, then it stops functioning. For example, if you had to, it will deal with one thing, now you have to deal with multiple things. And answering you very shortly, there are different AI initiatives, around 80 of them. It didn't appear yesterday. The interface appeared, through which people realized that there is kind of a magic, and this is not technically even the magic, but the things that we can predict. The last project, which has become a significant one, an iconic one, which we were proud of, under the management of Aidos Magulov, was the AI assistant Freedom Business app. This app is for individual businessmen, and there are around 150 voice commands with which the life of a businessman can become easier, because technology itself is a good thing, but unless it creates value for the end users, it's nothing. Because you can't imagine, for example, going to the public service center. You can stand half a day in a queue to get the identity card. That would be nonsense. I remember when I got my first ID card, I spent half a day in a queue. Now you can spend this half day for something useful. We, as the businessman, we face many challenges, many tasks, and the task of the businessman is to think every day how to create a value, how to provide a product, because otherwise the clients will be dealing with the routine things instead of spending time for something useful. So we demonstrated it within Digital Bridge, and this wow effect appears when you demonstrate something that will be clear for the user. And when we communicate with ChatGPT, we have a feeling that it is a live one. It is thinking, but it doesn't think, but it predicts the next word. It doesn't really understand the context, but it has no empathy, it has no life experience. If you watched Tron Ares, the last movie, one of the threat people forecasted that AI will print itself on a factory and multiply itself and will conquer the world. When the AI felt rain, it changed its attitude to the world, and probably our AI does not have this ideas, this intuition, but it predicts the words. And I also saw the phrase that the AI is a very well educated and a highly intellectual friend who knows everything, and if it doesn't know anything, then it will cheat you. For example, I caught him by offering me to read some non-existing books, and he offered me one solution, one answer, and then it corrected itself, changed its mind, and called another company. So we would like to call on all businessmen to enjoy the fruits of AI and use it in their life. Think in the latest research which we had with the official bank and regulators on artificial intelligence, last year was also the leading author of this research. And when I was searching for certain information with AI, I didn't even realize what research it was talking about. It was my research, and when I asked who the author of this research is, it started generating authors I've never heard about. Well, okay, that's passed to the open mic format, Renat, because you were the last one. The first question I will ask to you. Sergey already mentioned that there is a lack of both of the people, the specialists for artificial intelligence, and evangelists, the people who promote them in the finance companies. Well, what do you see based on your holding that maybe that's no point of mentioning the name of the company, but in one company there is a greater prevalence, in the other lesser. There is an idea of task force which can cover or manage this project. Is there any problem about it? Well, based on my experience, everything that has to do with the latest technologies, we try to be as decentralized as possible, because if you start pushing companies to a specific framework, then the talents will not help. If you do something decentralized with no expertise in the applied things, the product themselves, it will never work. So, for example, the people ask why Freedom does not have a centralized company, because you cannot centralize the development unless centralizing the product. If something happens to a super app, we can see that there is a certain decentralization. You'll never able to decentralize something. When you decentralize the product, when you come to a business and when you ask for a P&L result and the plans, it will never work. That's why we, from the products perspective, we try to centralize everything, and people need to know how to use all that. Yeah, we can create a single team. There are two AI teams that are considered decentralized, but all of them perform different functions. The most important part of adapting new technologies is that the responsible employees should know how to use it, how to use them. The evangelists should appear. That's all about the cultural change, because some people don't really understand what's what, why it's so needed. All people remember blockchain, but no wow effect occurred in blockchain. I think the situation with AI is different because of this GPT and other products, but all of us go through a standard cycle. First people, then processes, and afterwards technologies. But we start centralizing the infrastructure, because AI is about security, and the second was about efficiency, and the third one is that we are setting on that in Kazakhstan. Last year, we launched a new company, Freedom Cloud, which serves as a service provider for all those things. I'd like to ask you a question about introducing the following thing. During all panel sessions, we have an equal number of companies that sell their solutions for the finance companies, and the equal number of the finance companies themselves, the clients, the contractors. The question is as follows. Different countries of our region perceive differently the way they can implement and invest in the artificial intelligence projects. Some of the countries, they rely on internal competences, and some of the companies rely on external partners. So my question is, what do you think the finance companies, where they go, where they will go in within the competencies, or there will always be, um, where they can get more, the majority of these solutions. I'd like to start with the contractors, so to say constructors. Yeah, I spent half of my life in consulting. Yeah, I will be able to answer from both sides, so that's why Libek Iskander wants to be the first. Well, as a matter of fact, yeah, indeed, there is a problem. When I work with large enterprises, they think that there are so many experts on the market, but this is not the case. We attracted outstanding specialists who were working in large enterprises, who had a huge experience in introducing generative AI products. It is easier to introduce such solutions in Kazakhstan because we are very technological. They know nuances, they know how to popularize the product inside. And yeah, we didn't know how to do that themselves, and it would be nice for us to introduce contractors who have greater experience. And I believe that at this stage, the involvement of international experts is a must to introduce the newest technologies. Iskander, what do you think? Will the companies be able to undertake everything on their account? No. Well, today we observe the following trend. We can see that the large technological banks go to in-house decisions. They develop internal teams, resources for licensed technologies, and so on and so forth. And when we talk about some tiny banks, non-finance organizations, the most optimum solution would be the use of the external solutions, because developing something in-house is pretty costly. There are also cases when we can see that the banks are pretty strong. They have good data scientists and data engineer teams, but our solutions serve as the alternative decision-making tools. Well, okay, thank you. And now let's turn to this slide. Sergey, well, if you talk about AI as a technology, like I already told, the problem itself is the lack of personnel. And people try to buy people at any price. When we check the market, we try to outsource people as much as we can. But the situation is there are already some companies like Zippel companies that already have certain competencies. Just through these companies help others to avoid repeating the same mistakes. I think that's a hybrid story. A vendor delivers an infrastructure and gives this infrastructure to the final user, which adapts this infrastructure for his or her needs. With large financial companies, Renat, what do you think about all that? Well, from the ones who sell solutions, I remember the answer from all clients was the following: that we have super unique things, you don't know anything about it, this is something else. The core problem was to create the demand from the client. The issue is that the block of the technology is pretty conservative. If something works well, don't touch it. And the objective at all levels was at the managerial and technological and human resources level. We had to realize that our clients always have the pipeline of the project, and you need to integrate yourself in this pipeline. And the ultimate objective was to sell something, to introduce something, and to make it as quick as possible. Some of the projects are well animated, but at the middle of the project you may find that this project will never end well. So you need to access the clients, deliver fast pilots, and the same thing goes to AI. Just you can make first things very fast. If you deliver a wow effect to the client in a short period of time, then your project will work well. But you also need to make clear expectations. You need to make out those expectations from the client and explain that it takes time. For example, the fact that Freedom wanted to cover a number of people, it took some months. So you can't deal with some buzzing of all this, that you can do everything successfully in 1 month. There is an interesting point that if you want to launch something, if you want to make something on hankers, and then you can deliver it, it will not give you nothing else about the troubles, because it won't give you no hype. Well, internally we try to avoid this thing. We take a look at different sides, because it's always a bad thing to have a narrow vision. That's why IT guys always suffer, because they want to save the status quo. You need to cooperate with consultants and contractors and buy best solutions. Okay, a quick question from my side. Please don't answer that very long. Who and how you see the role of the AI agents, the benefits of AI agents? To what extent is this technology mature? To what extent it can solve all the problems? The question goes to all speakers, because the listeners always hear about AI agents, but what they can do in practice. Alibek, I'd like to start with you. You as an expert, could you please take one case which is considered wow effect? People will never believe you if you tell it. For the investment company, based on the client's portfolio, to create certain solutions, and agents are dealing with that pretty well, because they can review the documents. If a human had to read 500 documents, it will take so much time, but AI agents understand the essence very quick. And if you want to solve a big problem, a big issue, you don't really need to use one agent only, but multi-agents to privilege each other. Assault AI is a new agent. Vertical agent is the tax consultant, which dealt with a number of nuances. So first is a chatbot, and next chatbot with the knowledge database, and then agents of the agents that solve a more complicated thing. And because there are some challenging issues, you need to address them correctly. And there are some articles which rule out these things, and to make it all right, you need to have some skills to manage those multi-agents. And what about other speakers? Not necessarily the project that you've already implemented. So where you want to see the AI agents? Well, that's an obvious question. AI agents are very strong in developing software products. They are co-pilots of office products. They know what the developer is doing here and now. It has a context of the project, and is capable to provide a solution which fits a specific context. It is already being used, and the pace of those changes will be growing. In the agent environment, we are pretty successful. Okay, and the next question was already mentioned here. To what extent you as the company, doesn't really matter the size of the type of the company, what do you feel that many companies in the finance market feel the scarcity of data? They can be not like much data, but they are not presented in certain segments. To what extent you feel that the data is missing and it impedes the development of the artificial introduction of the artificial intelligence? Okay, as a matter of fact, it impacts the implementation of AI agents. If you want to introduce something, if you want to train the models, I think we need to get quality data. But the problem of quality data is as follows: some of the companies have non-aligned data. There is no data like house. You need to align everything, and then you can benefit from the AI agents. When a client comes, if there is no infrastructure like that, first you need to create this infrastructure, and after that you need to introduce AI solutions. Okay, Iskander, as a matter of fact, Alibek already answered instead of me. This matter is very relevant, especially as in our case. There is bad quality data, no data, and machine data. That's why it's very important to understand to standardize the data that can be used. I can give you a real life case when our partners had no data in the Arabian Emirates market, where we built up data from open sources, from market data. We also use synthetics, so we also use them to build the sustainable projects models, but the results were tangible because their activity does not exceed 5 years, sometimes 2 years, using this model. So they managed to issue a credit portfolio of $100 million. The problematic credit portfolio was at the level of 1%. So you collected artifacts, the traces of real people, and you manage to restore synthetic entries. Because we are presented in United Arab Emirates, our synthetic models are driven by other people's models. It doesn't really mean that we use other people's data. No, we use the synthetics which is already trained. We use the synthetics. We also use the open source financial reporting of the small and medium business for SME long renting. I remember as PIS, there is a HATA project to train your anti-fraud models that we don't have traditional. If the traditional data are not available, the English bank generated them, and by doing so the data is transferred not to everyone, but to the majority of people to have the database. This is a generative AI, and not all people know about it, but this is one of the use case. Sergey, you wanted to tell us something, but very briefly, please. Well, I believe that it's a huge problem, especially if we try to take a look to fintech in order to accelerate the client in a fast way. We need to have an information about himself, but this data is not always available to big companies, and the ones who have this data, they protect them or save them within the regulatory environment. That's why this problem is there. It creates inequality. It gives more chances to the players who have this data, and other players are expelled from this process. And I think that's not a secret why it all happens. Renat, does Freedom Holding feel the lack of data? I don't think that it is the case, but well, actually we were puzzled about the construction of this single vault. There were two teams which are dealing with AI data, and normally there is a lack of specialists, so you always dig up in this data, finding for the mistakes, especially if you train the model which would train people. If the data set had more men, and the model will inherit all this and instinctively offer less women. For us, it's not good. There must not be any discrimination. So that's why the data is missing, but the strategy is the same. I wouldn't mention that we need more people, but the law of drugs tells the opposite. There is a lack of data anyway, but you can remember how we were talking about all this. The data is always missing. It will be missing. That's why we need to have the data metrics to allow for the inflow of the data where it's missing. Well, thank you very much. And on that, I'll give the final question. I think it's gonna be a very lively question when I ask why financial companies don't use artificial intelligence or don't implement it, because we always hear the same answer. The regulator didn't tell us anything. We are afraid of this. So my question is, what are your expectations, not only from the regulator of Kazakhstan, mm, because we are the Central Asian Forum, but from the regulators of our region, I mean, how they can help you, either not to impede the development of the artificial intelligence, introducing of the artificial intelligence in finance organizations. Let's start with you, Sergey, and then we will go through other speakers. There was a very good similarity at the first session. For example, the residential complexes are being built, but the walking lines are not built. They wait until people will make their own pathways, and then on top they will put pavement. We should not make the harsh decisions. You need to understand when these pathways, walkways are generated, and then you need to bring the roller and asphalt pavement and build the asphalt way walk lines. I think in the mature regulation, I think we need to not to be so fast with technologies, but you can be fined for 1 billion tenge for walking this lines. But nobody knows, the ones who don't venture will never win the prize. Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, answering this question is a challenge because we are not the finance institution, but based on our experience, I can give you the following example. We are communicating actively with a potential partner to enter Georgian market. On the level of at the level of the Georgian Central Bank, they actively use the synthetics. They create the sandbox where financial institutions will be able to use synthetics to create financial products, at the same time preserving anonymity and providing for the protection of the personal data. This was a pleasant surprise for us. Okay, thank you, Alibek. I think that the majority of IT companies that provide AI services and offer their solutions don't clearly understand the demands of the regulator. If the regulator creates a sandbox where you can test these solutions, it will be fine. The same thing like a new technology appears, like blockchain, and the sandbox was created to test these solutions on the blockchain basis. So that's why I think we need to create a sandbox to check these solutions. Educational programs are important, not only for the companies but to tell about the opportunities, but also about the risks, to understand what risks there are. And when they interact with the suppliers, they'll be able to mention that the risks like that are there, and they must be taken into account. I think that is it. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we need to communicate with regulators. I think we all know what is good and what is bad, and when we start doing something, even if there is no regulation, the companies should behave in a socially responsible way. There is a guideline, for example, the AI law in Europe is based on the principles that forbids using AI where it can harm. For example, the faces were scanned, nothing wrong happened, but on the other hand, it gives the understanding where the person is right now, and if you benefit this information for the malicious purposes, it will harm. Even if, given that we are the finance regulators, so we need to build up rules internally, we need to set the red lines which you can't pass. And the dialogue with the regulator is very important, but at the same time, the regulator expects a certain activity from us. We need to visit regulators, talk to him, because the purpose of the regulator is to protect the investors and financial stability. And when you come and explain what you're doing, the regulator becomes more relaxed and understands where the risks are. Thank you very much for that, Renat. Very good words, and I would like to make a couple of final remarks. Well, today you discussed, and I hope you sincerely discussed the problems, the challenges for the artificial intelligence introduction, but I'd like to dwell on the important fact that the dialogue is important. You should not wait until someone introduces the artificial intelligence instead of you and then you copy it. It will never work, because one case, success case, copied will never be the success case again. You should not wait until the walking ways are paved with asphalt, and the regulators will be happier if you submit demands, requests, and ask for the sandboxes. The next section will start very shortly. Please don't part. I'd like to thank the speaker and the moderators. Now we would like to invite you for the memorable photo. So the idea mentioned by our speakers were very useful, and now we would like to invite Arman Asakayev, Deputy Director of our center, and today in front of you he'll be talking about development of artificial intelligence in Central Asian financial markets, research results from central banks. Deputy Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Fintech AI Center, Arman Asakayev. The report will mention the most important aspects of AI regulation and scoring. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. As you know, my name is Arman Asakayev. I've stayed here. I'm alone here. I'm member of a board of trustees of a non-profit organization, Fintech Center. For me, it's a great privilege to present preliminary results of Central Asia exploration and developing of AI. First of all, I'd like to tell you about our activity. Fintech and AI Center are non-profit independent organization which works as a think tank. We develop analytic papers for closed and opened organizations. We are R&D center. We develop infrastructure solutions with the activity of actors of financial market. We have competencies of participants of financial market to accelerate implementation of AI and digital assets on the financial markets of the Central Asia. Researches of AI is not it's a non-trivial task in the Central Asia, especially in the financial markets. Any organization couldn't manage it on its own. That's why our research are painstaking result of work from Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan nation and 5 regulators, National Bank, Agency of Regulating of Market, National Center of Astana, and National Bank of Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. With the help of our international partner Visa, our research tackles with every segment of financial industry, banks, insurance company, payment and microfinance organizations. This year in our research, 233 companies took part in our research, which makes us the largest researcher of AI in the region. I want to congratulate all of our team on this achievement. Thank you very much. In 2025, we saw great global trends. On the first front, we see AI agents. Users wants not only feedback as image, video, text. Moreover, they want AI to act from his or her behalf. A launch of autonomous and payment agents in the international payment systems as Visa helps not only automate payments but to fulfill ideas of a user by paying these or those services for his or her project. We deepen and work with the anti-fraud by duplicating digital twins. If you have a lack of data, you can generate them to the full on the basis of the current data, but not only define fraudulent actions, but to stop it. We see 3 patterns of regulating on the financial market. First of all, if it's financial legislation which regulates all the sectors, including financial one. It occurs in Europe and Brazil. It's a differentiated regulation. When a regulation is being created on the some use of financial service, we see effectuality of this method in China and the US, and the method of a regulatory sandbox when the most breaking through technologies and financial service on the basis of AR are being launched during the small context. Then we see the results, and we want to get a recommendation. There are corrections and legislation they used in all the jurisdiction. On the basis of these trends, we are enhancing new challenges before the financial regulators and the whole market. There is a trust on the AI. What is AI? It's a part of systems. Maybe it's a continuation of a will of a client who is responsible when in satisfactory results or this or that side actions. How to enhance autonomous agents? Are they autonomous? Are they responsible? Are they liable for their own? Do we need to comprehend it as the action of the third parties? Before regulators, there is a more complicated task to accelerate a launch of instructions for AI use and correction in legislation, because the technology is being changing on the monthly basis. Not only financial regulators see other processes, and financial companies do not overcome when they battle in the global technical companies. When we start seeing observation of our results and our research. First of all, we need to accept that the Central Asia financial market is lag behind on when it comes to development of the AI. We are based on the NVIDIA state and national services. We see that in our regions, among these 232 companies, only 36% of companies use AI globally. Generative AI has been used by 52%. Only 4 companies they say about full implication of AI in their systems and their business. The rest of the companies, I think that they cannot praise themselves for it. Only 1 in 5 organizations of our financial sector can evaluate effect of implementation of AI, and 1 in 8 organizations can evaluate whether the effect was positive or not. Globally, more than 70% evaluate return of investments of projects of use of AI as 5% or more. From the other sides, I want to increase the level of your optimism. We have a closed potential. 56% of people say they will launch projects of AI next year. 54% people say that AI is critically important for their future business. If we deepen into the level of the AI, 56 companies launched the pilot program and partially implemented AI. In Kazakhstan, we see quality growth, and we see the growth of pilot projects in 3 times. There is a deviation from the global trend, so to say. In the Kazakhstan and Central Asia, we see prioritizing of internal projects before attempt the interaction with the client or creating new products on the basis of AI. We see it's a sphere of use of the AI. On the top, it's operational activity, development on the frauds. The best results are being comprehended on 3. Top 3 is most effectuality. And we see priorities of the internal efficiency and expectation from AI agents and field with internal systems and integration with them. I believe the organizations and companies see more risks from implementation of AI in systems they are connected with the service to clients and information of new products, whether the companies are afraid or they don't understand the risks they will have in the future. The main barriers, let's talk about them. Let's talk about numbers. 26%. There are 2 reasons. It's a deficiency of human resources, and 26% it is the second reason. It's a lack of data, confidentiality of data collection and quality of data. We already discussed and discuss it with experts. 22% are regulatory uncertainty while using AI in general. Correspondingly, we see expectations from regulator actions. They need precise standards and recommendation for wise AI use. They need to have access to unpersonalized data use. And many actors of market of different countries launch of regulator sandbox to test NI. Every country in our research have its peculiarities. In Kazakhstan, companies are oriented on internal competences rather than attracting external companies. In Kazakhstan, 70% of companies plan to use AI in the next year. That it's better in their indicator that in the region. In Tajikistan, they think data processing is the best thing when it comes to AI. Nevertheless, we see that the participants of our research, we see the similar way of development in spite of the fact that our social and economical development differ. We have different structures, we have the same problems, we have the same challenges, we have the same opportunities. It allows position our financial markets in Central Asia. It's not only like a geographical region, but a technological region where can you develop a single solutions. This research is not the biggest research in the area, but it's a first AI, first research global one. It can be a starting point for interregional collaboration and partnership. It's not research of modern things. It's a development of programs and solutions to provide such technologies as AI. That's all from my side. Thank you for your attention. You see on the screen a QR. In the nearest weeks, we will publish, along with the regulators, and Madina Rasilovna and Timur Muratovich talked about it. We will have a version, 200 pages of all the data. It's a report you can read and find something for yourself. We will be a brief version. It will be from 30 to 40 slides. You can subscribe or wait for websites of all regulators of all countries. Thank you for visiting our summit. Thank you. I give applauses to participants. And we continue our program, and we shift to what about the future of fintech in Kazakhstan. The latest fintech years show that the fintech combines payment solutions, investors, and banks. We see that market moves to a new area of fintech 3 when AI, its scalability and persistence. How does a company needs to build relationships with partners? What about stability and scalability in sphere of innovations? During this session, we will discuss this question. Mediator is Sovetkan of Diaz, the main director of Soventech Merkur, is our moderator. Ahmet Sadypov, Nurpisov Asset, founder of SEO Gutta. Saburov Sergey, CMO Tarlan Payments. Bibujan Turin, co-founder of CEO Prosper Pay, CEO CATS Kazanık Investment Fund. Aslan Sultanov, co-founder and manager partner of White Hill Capital. Zharkazov Azamat, CEO Partners Go. We invite moderators and all speakers to take their seats. Let's give the floor to our moderator and wish Good luck to our speakers. I believe that this session will be productive and fruitful. I'm very glad to invite to greet you on the our FinTech Summit as a moderator on this panel discussion. Thank you for staying with us. I'm glad our room is packed and we are almost in the end of our event. Speakers told and highlighted very difficult topics from the regulator to technical topics like implementation of AI on the financial markets. Today we're going to talk area fintech needs to move when it comes to development of the market. We gathered notable people, experts from fintech, and let's talk about fintech's territory, geography, depthness of the market and its development. Therefore, our first speaker will be Mirat, Most Finance founder. It's a fintech company, Mirat. When it comes to development of fintech sector of Kazakhstan, share your opinion. We launched payments, transferring, interbanking, QR, and other innovations. Being a fintech and most finance and venture fund, what about your opinion about growth of our market? Thank you. I have a short presentation. I want to show it not only to highlight things as a most company in the industry of financial technologies are represented as investors, as a venture fund. We've been investing for 5 years. We support startups for 10 years. Partially, we understand the movement of financial market. Startup are disrupted and they provide new technologies. When you see the people describe your future of the market and you have a puzzle in your mind, yes, they say true things, it will happen. It is the same with us. We have a fintech project. We cannot say in legislation this word bank. We call it most finance. We have alliances of microfinance organization. That's why all theories and hypotheses being checked on the basis of microfinance organization who attract capital part. We try to develop fintech industry with our efforts. For the whole day, you've observed that Kazakhstan has been developing. We have P2P payments. We're on the highest. We don't have questions with this. There is another question about scalability. We see attempts of big players, including banks, to enter into the other foreign markets and beyond the borders of Central Asia. Everything is accessible. QR payments move at a rapid pace. We get used as mobile application, as communication with bank, as a transfer, but there is no financial depth. We need to understand that cost of equity and reaching to the end user as like a bank and individuals, it's very expensive for large players. That's why access to this money, it's very difficult. The main problem is the structural problems of financial Mark, if you're a financial expert, you know about it. I want to share about it. You understand that it's not good to always compare our U.S. market with our market. Just for understanding, 80% are supported by banks here, and in other in U.S. they have a credit union and fintech companies who provide best decision for small business and average business. Why money moves slowly, and we have a value-added tax because the economy changes its structure. Commerce grows up with the economics grows to marketplaces. I subscribe to foreign services, and cross-border is included here as a microfinancial organization. We try to implement risk models which work in Kazakhstan up to now. We have this bookkeeping and Lombard part for financial institutes, and scoring don't use other things. And let me try how to do it, solve this problem. Fintech is not a change of it's a complementary support to current players. Now bank can be resource balance and compliance, and the big player who give access to capital, and fintech could play other role for sector economics and business, because expenses of the fintech companies are less in comparison with others. What about our case? On the basis of our microfinance organization, we integrated different marketplaces and logistics places and IP systems, and where is got and data of business, history of their daily transaction, number of their clients, and remnants of on their warehouses. It's clear data. It's honest. It was not just about their profit and turnover. We scored there and gave them credit limits earlier that they could go to banks, and time to S was 0 second, only 1 second, when an entrepreneur just said, okay, I need a loan. But it was approved before, and the money were spent in minutes. It provides to move at a rapid pace when it comes to economic of business. We reduce time of cost to several hundred tenge. From this side, it can be shown that fintechs will be large or small, but there is a problem. It's access to equity. We cannot say competing cost of equity. We gave 500 orders. It's several billions tenge. We gathered portfolio in Pelgo. It's 1.5% with the companies who work with us, and beforehand there are approval of their decisions, and risk reduce level is reduces. What do we need to change? We need to formalize laws for fintechs. We want not only to go through a sandbox, we need laws which regulate fintech and give them a right to be a participants of the market and founding, and all government subsidiaries go through the banks only. Not only financial organization take part in it. Data sharing needs to be on in the legislation. We need to share fintech with the bank and bank with the tank. We need to create a data warehouse where we can exchange money, and the speed of delivery would be good and reduce the risk, and it will provide growth of fintech. That's all from my side. It's my private opinion. But what, yes, you said, what does market must do? I wanted to tell about a lack what we don't have, and we need to develop. Thank you. It was a very interesting. We discussed it in this summer on the meeting with the regulators. We heard this opinion in new law on banks. It will be established. Aset is our next speaker, CEO Buchti, and he is a founder of this company. Maybe you're expert of on regulator, you're a fintech expert. At the same time, you work in the area of taxation, taxes, how to have a balance between innovation and regulating in Kazakhstan. Thank you. It's a very good question. Balance in our situation, it's the main thing. As bookkeepers, we monitor and observe it and keep it. Fintech has many areas. It's a payment and loaning and leasing and scoring. We present in all these areas. We have a payment organization, microfinancial organization, and operate our fiscal data and control machines on the average base level. The situation is optimistic. Regulating is lags behind in some things. It regulates things that do not exist even. There is a law, and you cannot explain to a user what it regulates. Sometimes people are afraid and they say, "Oh, everything will be taken from us." And on the basis of our situations, an example I will tell of fintech cards use on the different markets, and I mean different regulations and different opportunities can open. All people are afraid of something new. They want to have a stable situations. When it comes to tax code, it's our main regulator of economics temperature. Of course, there are things there people see as a bad in this code, but there is something new in the code. Finally, these workers can work on their own. For fintech, it's a great foundation of growth, and we can base on it. Earlier, it was in the context of classical bookkeeping account, but now it's other opportunity for every one of us. I mean, to work on the big worker on the platforms. Therefore, we opened this. We need to open this news from other sites. Maybe 30 years people spent by growing their potatoes, but people need to prove their incomes, and they need to prove as that they are legally they are legal, they pay taxes. It's briefly about these. It's not accessible to everyone. What about 30% of income? Not everybody can pay it, and this approach of generosity has its limits, and its limits are defined clearly. And 1 million for one person for 1 month. Mirat told about the following thing. I want to speak about this part. Equity is a defining part in fintech. This year we tried to this alone, and we understood how it works, and attraction of the money in the current situation. There was a bond loan. It's transparent and clear, and regulation is simplified. We have several stock markets. We have several options to attract this money. Therefore, when young new companies try to attract not investments but loans. Mirat told about it, about the bond loans. Many tools have been used in their full potential, and regulation approach is obsolete, and we can continue to develop it.
This is just the brief information of what we are doing in terms of tax regulation. Yeah. So you just imagine 2 billion receipts. If those receipts are issued by people, if we hire 100 women that would invoice every second one receipt, we would end up in the far future, which does not look like today. And so those volumes in the future can even not be imaginable. Just imagine that technologically you can use your fingers, your hands to issue bills, and even there are some innovations in all the accounting, old-fashioned modalities. On that, I end my presentation, and I would like to end on an optimistic note that Kazakh fintech, as a matter of fact, has huge opportunities. But the number of issues is also significant. However, the sandboxes and regulations, when they exist, they try to align those processes and make the market comprehensible, but normally they disinfect it, so to say, in such a way that the life dies out, like in medical sanitary does not develop. The new things do not develop when you can invent a new penicillin. Thank you. Thank you very much, Seth. Well, it was a difficult thing to end up on a positive note, but you managed to do so, I think. Well, talking about these two companies, Most and the Buchta, we will go to Fintech Festival. Pasha Koktashev, our colleague, he is in Singapore now. We have Central Asia Pavilion. We are working actively on exporting Kazakh fintechs abroad, and we pace the way there, and I'm happy that there are such businessmen that issue bonds and provide for the loans at such high interest rates. Our next speaker is Sergey Saburov, CMO Talan Payments. Talan is an ecosystem, as far as I know, fintech, and from this perspective, could you tell us, please, where the ecosystems should go, what the users and what the businessmen want to see, and where they go? As a matter of fact, unless the ecosystem is here, you cannot imagine the market. It represents the present and the future of fintech market. Over the years, dealing with the banks, over the years of our partnership with the banks, we decided to elaborate a framework of a successful app based on which you can understand if this app has the necessary features people are seeking for: holistic user money account and network. These are the most important components, and the last phase is network. This is what the banks are dealing with, where the business is looking and what we need to develop. We have already provided for the single entry point for the banks, for the users' convenience. It's so difficult to find in Central Asia or somewhere in the world the banking apps that are more convenient than ours. All the deposits, credits, and other means are used, and the only chance we have is to develop networking, and not only the banking itself, but the ecosystem for the users to dive into the use of the apps. Actually, the network itself is based around a lifestyle, is based around the user, but even this lifestyle can be split in three areas within which, by uniting them, you can find this success story for the banks, for the businesses that want to be successful. We split this lifestyle in three directions: entertainment, social, and urban. Entertainment, everything that has to do with the tickets, with the events or different entertainment. Social, it has to do with the education, medical services, and other services that are necessary for the lifestyle. And urban services represent parking lots, commercial areas, which represents the mixture of the success story of the bank. The success of the bank lies in the quintessence of these areas, or when they allow a user to stand as long as they can extend the average recipe, provide some products and benefits for the services the clients use, and to develop themselves in this area. Currently, on our market, we can see that the basic network was covered. It is about e-commerce, it is food delivery, events, and when it comes to interesting things, I watch what Freedom is doing. I will look at their experience in e-ticketing in cinemas. This is the servers that should sustain users' interest in banking, packaging. I don't know what's gonna be the success story of it, but the experience from telecom for Tele2 or Beeline, they arranged cinemas like that, and I believe they will be very successful. The deepening of the services in the conditional online cinema to sell products from the marketplace, for you to scan it, for example, to see where you can buy it. You can accrue some taxes on top, which provides this convenience for the users, not only from customer perspective but also from the banking regulation uh, point of view. When it comes to user experience, I think the biggest revolution which is taking place here in front of us is the introduction of the artificial intelligence. ChatGPT and searching models change the way we get information. Probably we will have something in the future, in the banking sector in the future, well, where the AI is to be used in the banking apps sector. I think they need to increase literacy for the users to manage them actively, so they can suggest when the deferment of the payment can be made, when other service can be provided, or you could offer a bundle of services. And AI should work in a comprehensive way so they can put the banking services on top of the user service and vice versa. Well, I think that we expect a certain revolution of the user's experience. A lot has been done and a lot will be done, and the principle of the users' interaction with financial services will change. They will become more convenient, they will become more user-friendly. Thank you, Sergey. And our next speaker is Beybot Jantarin, CFS, the founder of CEO of Prosper Pay. So you have a social mission, you help people get money before the salary. Could we consider such areas as the new area of fintech, of financial resilience as the service? And if the market is ready to scale them and accept them? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for this invitation to the panel session. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with my colleagues from fintech industry. Could you start my presentation? Yes, the presentation. Hello, just a couple of words about myself. I'm 38 years old. I'm the founder and the CEO of Prosper Pay. I manage the equity fund of 140 million. I worked at international companies such Pricewaterhouse and Kazakh Chinese fund. I've been dealing with finance and in banking throughout all my life, and I received the degree of finance investments. Prosper Pay, as a matter of fact, indeed, we represent the social mission and the mission of financial sustainability of our users, and I will tell you more about it in details about the server itself. The core of this company is automated payments to the employees of different companies when they can get their salary not once a month but in a time that is very convenient for them, which is not a credit but an alternative to microloans. An employee sees the app where he can see the salary that he earned a certain amount in 10 days, and for every shift, for every executed order, the employee can see the money earned and can withdraw them in a moment when it is convenient for him or her. Now we have more than 150 clients. The leaders in their business trust us. Large companies, corporate clients, international companies like British American Tobacco, Magnum, Vault, and others. That's the reason why I can tell you that this service is very appreciated in Kazakhstan. It is considered as the new niche for the product development. In terms of the technical capabilities, our banks covered certain niches, and this area of flexible payments for corporate and non-corporates considered the niche solution for fintech. Well, and besides the payments themselves, we also organize the ecosystem around the linear personnel, which starts from the onboarding point, from his onboarding, signing employment agreement, constant payments, taxes, as well as others, including with the use of our app. An employer can communicate with an employee, send video instructions, stories, some regulatory documents and others. If you talk about the social component, it is some accurate questions are in Kazakhstan, and the way the population is credited, around 80% of economically active Kazakh citizens have credits, around 30% account for microcredits, and around half of them they have defer errors in payment. Every third person has issues with payments, with repayment of debts, and the problem of this microcredits is not only about the small salary but also because of the fact that you can't plan your incomes for 30 days. You have to have a very strong finance discipline, and as the statistics shows, 70% of the salaries are spent in the first 7 days, and even 90% of the salary spent in the first 2 weeks. Our service allows a person to simplify the finance discipline and allow to receive a salary on a daily basis, or for such countries it's a norm. For example, in Uzbekistan the salary is paid every 2 weeks. In Russia the salary is paid every 2 weeks. In the US the standard practice is to pay salaries on a weekly basis. If you compare the microcrediting with the affordable, with the access to the salary, so the overpayment is around 10 to 15 or 20% depending on when you take and which microfinance organization. which microfinancial organization is used, and not every person can get the micro loan because of the scorings, because of the checks. A person may have delays in payment. If you consider 50,000 tenge in micro salary and take some portion of the salary as a loan, the benefit is obvious for an employee. It demonstrates the appreciation of our service, which is extremely important today, especially in such developing markets as Kazakhstan. Besides that, I would like to add that among our users, we delivered an independent research. Rice Research was the company where we surveyed more than 1,000 users who use our service, and we obtained outstanding numbers, and we were impressed by the impact. More than 60% of people told that now they take less loans. Almost 60% of the users know how to budget better. They worry less about the money. They can save money better. And that is it from my side. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bebot, for such an interesting talk. And now we move on. Sabina, CEO of White Hill Capital. It's a venture fund. Well, in some materials, White Hill says that now it's more challenging to find investments for startups, but these investments are of a higher quality now. I would like to know the opinion of venture fund, given the current terms, how the state can preserve the business dynamics, doing business dynamics, and provide for the balance of the encouragement of business investments. Well, yes, thank you very much for this question. Indeed, I'd like to know that now there are less startups actually, but they are of a higher quality. It demonstrates that the markets are growing, especially in such cases the support of the government is important. For the government not to replace the private investors, but to create the terms and conditions for their emergence. I think there is a very thin balance, very thin line for the government not to undertake a managerial role, but become the catalyst of the growth of startups. And in here, that's the role of the government is very important to decrease the regulation barriers, provide for the access to foreign markets, promote creation of the funds, so the early phase promoting the funding. Sometimes it happens that the government undertakes the role of dominating player, and it impedes the development of startups in the country. This is the reason why Central Asia is growing. The more what really matters is the support of the state, which I mentioned earlier, and on that is seemingly it. Thank you very much. An additional question. Well, the measures that the government delivers by creating funds and foundations, are they relevant from your perspective as a venture fund? Is it a good thing or bad thing? No, it's a good thing. It means that the market is developing as such, and kind of support demonstrates the trust of the market and the indicator that the Central Asia is growing in the global scene. Well, the depth of the market is growing, and it requires more foundations of the funds. Well, after that we will have the startup representatives. Well, we will bother them with this question. I would also like to mention that tomorrow at this stage, uh, there will be a startup battle with White Hill Capital. 10 startups will pitch for the award of $50,000 and other valuable prizes. And there will be a very interesting, so to say, get together of startups with interesting presentations, and you're all invited to the pitching session. We have one more speaker, Azamat Jarel Kassin, CEO of Partners and Go. Well, about I'd like to ask you as the finalist of FinTech Battle, of the last FinTech Battle, how your business changed over the period of time and where you plan to go after, because we raised all these issues during the panel session that we had last year. You were the prize winners of FinTech Battles last year. And as the participant of the industry, what are your expectations? Hello, colleagues. Diaz, thank you very much for inviting. That's the first time I speak as a panelist in such events. This is one of the biggest forum in fintech summit in Central Asia. When we talk about the global market, I would like to tell that we have matured so much working in Kazakhstan, being a Kazakh company, Kazakh Kovtech and FinTech allowed us to mature. Our technologies are the best in the world, and besides that, we have a very diverse legal and regulatory regime in Kazakhstan. When it comes to the ones who work in the self-employed markets, we are different. We are the geek players. We interact with different types of employees, like public entities, legal entities, and we provide for the electronic accounting workflow. We have matured in Kazakhstan and obtained a significant expertise. Over the past 3.5 years, we work as a payment organization, having a relevant license, and after that, we decided to make an expansion. Last spring, we went to Tashkent and started to explore expertise of Uzbekistan from the regulation standpoint and the employment perspective. In Kazakhstan, via the partner, via the integrator, we connected the platform to the Committee of State Revenues, and we realized that this experience can be also applied in Uzbekistan. In Uzbekistan, this platform also appeared, and it is being developed very actively. For fintech company, the expansion is much more difficult because of the regulatory things, because of the mental state, the mindset. Me as a Kazakh person, it's difficult for me to open doors to get to know people ourselves. So that's why we decided to work with local partners who feel themselves very comfortable on the market. They know the local, so to say, kitchen. They know how to network with the people. We deliver the expansion not for nothing. We aspire to the global market, MENA market in particular. We will access to the Dubai market very soon. And we decided to access the global market through Uzbekistan. We decided to test the phenomena on Uzbek market and then access to others. It was the right way of doing. Over 1.5 or more years of our experience in Uzbekistan, we know how to do the expansion. Over the past 2 years, we traveled twice to Dubai market. We explore it. We also traveled to GITEX Forum, and what we noticed is that there are some local regulatory objectives, the barriers we need to overcome. But the mass and instant payments is very booming because there is a demand for them. There are fintech technologies. They can assist in interacting with a huge number of outsourced employees. we were standing by by the stand. There were companies from Oman, Kuwait, Iran, Iraq, from the Middle East, and people told us directly that we have a real pain and we need to find a way out. And we realized that Kazakhstan is somewhere ahead in this business. There are not like one, two, or even three companies that are dealing with mass payments of different types of categories of employees. What other barriers are there? We traveled to Baku on summer. We met with Yango. We met with World companies, and we are not interested in Azerbaijani market. Why? Because besides the fact that there are already these solutions, but they are underperforming, they are very raw, and we can see um, how many problems the businesses and self-employed people face to work legitimately. Different schemes, so to say, are invented to protect themselves in the legal playground, because from the regime's perspective, the government does not help. And what conclusion we made? We as the partners pay with the use of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan partners. We explored Kyrgyzstan and Russia. We even came to the idea that we can build the bill of the law with the fintech component, and this story within the partnership can be sold to the state. The government will draw the benefits, doesn't spend anything. It prepares the law on the self-employment, and the fintech infrastructure is created, which can split the income amount from the salary, and then to send a certain amount to the state. Well, I think it would be wrong that the government rejects the free of charge solution and the fintech solutions. Now we are kind of testing different hypotheses. We want to offer the bill of law to Azerbaijan with fintech solution. This is how to answer your question, what kind of barriers there are for fintech accessing the global markets, the way we study them, the way we understand them, and the way we want to overcome them. But I'd like to repeat that Kazakh market made us really much matured in GovTech, so to say. In Dubai, GovTech is weaker, and some necessary services for integration can be very hard to adopt, and Kazakhstan in this sphere has many GovTech endeavors, and we are ready to provide the market with the valuable fintech services that really help. Thank you very much, Azamat, for your talk. Very precious experience. For the ones who don't know, Azamat last year was the winner of FinTech Battle, and Visa company supported them, and they traveled to the innovative Dubai Visa Center. They checked the way it all worked, and came back with valuable ideas. The strategy was very clear. First, to go to the market with clear regulation, with clear consumption patterns, and all in all, I believe that the panel session was very interesting. I'd like to thank dear speakers for sharing their expertise, and by the end of the day, we realized that Kazakh fintech companies face many issues, but nevertheless they solve them in a positive way, in an entertainment mode, and in the coming 5 years we will see the export success stories of Kazakh fintech companies to the foreign markets. Thank you, dear listeners, and thank you, dear speakers. Thank you very much, dear moderator, dear Dias, and I'd like to express our gratitude to all speakers. Now let's make a memorable photo.
share one's expertise.
Well, colleagues, only one panel session and one presentation left before we call it a day, before we end the first day of our forum. And now it will be logical to pass to the topic which both as define financial technology market. Kazakh regional companies go beyond the boundaries of the market and offer the foreign demanded markets, from the payment wallet to new technologies. What markets are open for us? Gani will tell us about the export potential of fintech services and products in Central Asia. Gani Uzbekov, the Silk Pay founder, CEO.
Good evening. I will move at a rapid pace. I understand after lunch everybody wants to go to sleep, to go to home. When I was invited to have a floor on the Fintech Summit and they offered me this topic, most of the companies we will tell about our example. I understand some of them will be evident. So, what about our first-hand experience? We work since 2018 as a whole. We have a standard area. It's a payment technologies, cross-border financial analytics. Specialists know all these areas. We have successful startuppers who provide services both here and abroad. What about definition of the export? In my understanding, it's a Kazakhstani company, whether it's a jurisdiction of MFA or here provides services to export companies or through subsidiary, or and it has a profit. What about area of our activity? We started from idea of card sharing platforms. If you have money in the cloud and you need access to your relatives who are in Manana or in the New York, we have several options. If they need money, if you are in the one ecosystems, there is no problem to transfer money to wire them. But if a receiver have no part in it, you need to have a Western Union opportunity. You need to spend the time to go to show your passport and receive this cash. In our case, everything you need additional card. You create a card for $100. He will say to Apple Pay, Silk Pay, and our separate wallet. You don't move money. You just make access by instant launch of a card. It was our first solution. In the context of this solution, we moved. We had a license of payment. Then we knew about international payment center in order to avoid arbitrage, and we started to move in this area. For so many reasons, if you want to invent a product and present it to a market, you need to go to a bank and to get an agreement from a bank. Additionally, we didn't have a stable legislation, and during the 1 year, the demands in the legislation on instability has influenced all long-term decisions. If we have forecasts for this, it's very important, very difficult if you compete with great players. The second barrier, it's when you purchase softs, we don't have any. We have this import VAT, and what we have on our site, it's great because during our development we had failures from bank sites, we had radar attacks, we became a principal member of MasterCard. It's a highest level of membership. That we have a certified processing center, we have a partner agreements with Serper, it's a licensed American issuer of it. It's accredited by MasterCard. These are three key positions make us attractive for crypto markets and crypto wallets when they want to target non-Kazakhstani clients by using this platform by which we were subscribed. Binance, we subscribed with them. I don't know the clients who have these two key large players. We have OPX, KuCoin, and 3 and 4 companies we work with now. Unfortunately, MasterCard bureaucratized. You need approval for every transaction, and you need to spend from 4 to 5 months in order to get an approval. It was briefly about us and what we have. Through Circle, we work with the 29 blockchains where we have our address and our clients can refill their crypto cards. It's ADC, it just goes to MasterCard for mutual calculations. For instance, when you work with MPS or you launch cards for your clients, you need to have a insurance deposit. It's a US dollars deposit. When it diminishing this threshold, it's diminished to 2 million from 5 million. And you ask your B2B clients to fill it, and we were waiting for 10 days because of compliance and KYC. We work with the Circle. It's an instant mutual transactions. They need to think crypto clients with a conversion of crypto fiat and then to transfer to the US banks. We just pay to a MasterCard. Now it works instantly. Moreover, Circle created their blockchain. 6 months ago, they made a Circle CCTP, Circle Transfer Protocol, where they have any owner of a wallet on any blockchain can transfer to other person on the other blockchain, and SDC on the blockchain are burned, and then they create a receiver on a blockchain. In essence, we've been working for 8 years, and we created a single platform for access to digital money, and one window center. We can be a principal sponsor or just a sponsor, or to be a processing. We have banks as our clients, and most of our clients by bit of Binance. When it comes to them, they Kazakhstan markets. We targeting non-Kazakhstani clients. What about our achievements? We are members, principal members of MasterCard. We have several patients. As I said, we have a crypto banking companies. We built infrastructure of instant transactions. We will have a web custodial card, and owners of this card will have exclusive full right to manage this money on its wallet, and even the market cannot have influence on them. It's very popular trend, and we need to agree with the MasterCard to launch it on the market. Moreover, if you come to a MasterCard, there is a technology provider. They have from 25 to 30, and among them we are. If you want to launch a card off or to develop a retail card products, they choose it's from MasterCard list, and we can operatively to build all the solutions so our clients, especially B2B, provide a solution on this or that market. It's just snapshot or custodial Web3 cards, squads and dynamics, partners, what is happening, depending on the location of the owner of blockchain wallet. We create this wallet, and this non-custodial wallet is at his or her ownership, and he wants whatever he wants. We became partners with NTBX and Solana, and after this product, we want to help to develop a stable coin in a local currency. So any owner, if he wants to buy something, he can use our card, and SED will turn into KZT, and instantly you can see it's on your bank account. And these are blockchains where we work. We have an address. It's spreading all the time. We work on the Circle. We negotiate with a Tether, but it's not accredited by a MasterCard. But Tether launched their stablecoin according to the U.S. Laws, and if it will be accredited, its reach will be wider. What about support from the state agency? On the basis of our experience, it does not prevent to work. And when it comes to embassy and other opportunities on the state level to organize access to local market and to and key partners. If you are successful on regional level, people will know about you, and we have a Chinese colleagues experience. If a company is successful and they have 2 or 3 foreign companies as expert clients in portfolio, then a state provides grants and they come as investors and develop it. But we don't have a systematic system approach. We have a separate software which supports our clients, and they have a hidden wars between them, and that's why the startup that didn't get a support, it's difficult to move in the territory and to do something. We need a systematical approach and a stability of custom clearance and regulatory modes, and central bank increased demands on the capital solutions, and they answer to us, we have too much of you, and we have sandbox. At least 20 years ago, when we worked on the state service, there was a conception of financial sector development. State provided development for the nearest 5 years, and the players could forecast what could they do or couldn't, and investors, it's difficult for them to see the horizon for investment more than 2 years, and there are not so many solutions. We have a lot of young, talented people and smart people. You will see all these problems. You will see the canals which are blocked, so to say, and if a state would have a systematic approach to quasi companies, it would be a matter of the time. We will get the first or the second unicorn. Thank you for your attention. You're welcome to ask them.
Yep.
There are no questions. Thank you very much.
Рахмет, Ғани мырза, алғыс білдіреміз.
Mr. Gania, thank you for your report. And this topic is more relevant for actual role of stablecoins in economics. digital assets. It's not an experiment. They are part for global structure from transborder transactions, but with opportunities. We have a new questions. What about safety and trust of users? For discussion of this difficult and actual topic, moderator is it's a Bogdan Kuznetsov formula by Countergraph. Bakay Madebayev is a participant, vice president of MasterCard. Talgat Dasanov, co-founder and general director of Interbix. Dinar Arslan, deputy director of Alten Bank. Miller Whitehouse Levin, founder of CEO Solana Police Institute. Anton Musin, managing director of Exelect Kazakhstan.
Hoş geldinizler.
You're welcome, dear speakers.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us until the end to listen to our final panel session of tonight. Today we're gonna touch the most interesting topic, so to say. Yes, the stable coin. I wanted to give you a small historic reference. The first stable coin was launched in 2006, and it gave a serious impetus for the development of crypto industry. As far as you know, probably it was a little bit problematic to evaluate all the tokens and coins which were launched under Bitcoin, and CSDT brought the most important utility, which is the evaluation, which is equal to fiat currency. Now we can see how stable coin is actively integrated in the stable finance tools, and the colleague has just spoken about the use cases. The stable coins have more use cases that we will take. Let's have a round of introduction. I'd like to start with Bakay. Bakay is in charge of consulting of MasterCard in the region and help introduce such innovative solutions. Just tell us how stablecoin will impact B2B payments in the banking sector. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have a small presentation. You can yeah, I can take the clicker. As Bogdan said, stablecoin united in itself two things. First one is this breakthrough technological solution in the form of blockchain with the stability. When the blockchain appeared, Bitcoin was relevant, but with its volatility, so they act as they didn't act as the stable. They can bring blockchain and the fiat currency. It's linked to fiat or tenge. So at the end of the day, I know that today we had a lot of presentations, and probably the lesson from the history will cheer you up, and I hope that I just wanted to start with a small discussion of the table coin from the historic perspective. If we think for a while now we turn to the era of the digital currencies. The skeptics may have a question in their mind: how to come from the hard currency, from dollar to digital token without losing trust or to it. As a matter of fact, this transition has already been passed. If you remember the times not far ago, the dollar was connected to gold according to Bretton Woods system, and then in 1971, according to the Nixon's decision, this linkage was abolished, and then we turned to fiat currency when the value of currency was provided not by the precious metals but to trust of the economy to the regulator which issue this currency. But the first time reaction may seem like, how come we passed from the hard currency and now we turn to the banknotes, and how not to lose trust to this currency. And now there is a third phase, as a matter of fact, the money evolution, when thanks to blockchain currencies return to the more abstract form of money, and at the same time we see that they will never lose their trust, and they will be used both in corporate and the retail settlements. And now, if you make a step back, we are in a special turn of the financial sector development, in a special milestone, and the role of the regulator cannot be underestimated. If you talk about the scales, probably heard a lot about billions. If we only consider stable coins, USDT, USDC, the ones who are one-to-one linked to dollars, which provides for hundreds of millions of capitalizations, trillions of growth, 28 plus trillion of growth. And according to Ernst & Young research, out of 350 largest companies and banks globally, 13% of them use them and 54% plan to introduce them. This is the most common tool of the finance system. And in briefly, why stablecoin becomes popular, relevant, because it has clear advantages over other payment systems. We can see them in speed. It takes seconds for settlement, not days. Affordability, you shouldn't stay in the bank until it opens up. It's like 24/7, 365 days a year. The security, and another important factor is the coding, when you can embed a certain scenario in the coin when it should be sent from the sender to the supplier, and it provides many opportunities for this. If you make a small reference to metaphor, 10 years ago the stable coin was perceived something like the Wild West, some undiscovered steps, perspectives. Only the outraged cowboys can go there, or which have a serious attitude to finance will never go there. And it was like the Wild West, golden rush. The first ones were the miners who went to dig the gold. The second wave were the ones who served them, sellers of the spades. The third one were the ones who built houses close to the golden mines. And the fourth one were the government, sheriffs, banks, who opened their accounts in those small villages, towns, which were built in the Wild West with no clear perspective. Using this metaphor, the same thing can be applied to stablecoin. On the first phase were emittents who earned on the emission, and on the second phase the stock exchange wallets appeared. In the third wave there is a clear relation to the real-life world. Well, merchant and fintech companies started introducing them. PayPal is introducing its own stablecoin, and the fourth wave is when it gets the broad dissemination, propagation. JP Morgan, CT, they all issue tokenized assets, and the most importantly, the regulator. In Kazakhstan, we are lucky that the national bank is actively involved and promotes this agenda, but we can also see the same in the developing market. The Genius Act was signed in the US in the stablecoin and in EU there's Jamaica. So the regulators are introducing certain measures which raises the trust to stablecoin, and now we can see that the wave of the stablecoin is not the Wild West, because the sheriff is in the city, sheriff in town. Well, it can be widely used. I can also mention that stablecoin and CBDC are two different things. We always hear about stablecoins. We helped the national bank, we helped the stock exchange to launch the first stablecoin on KZT ever. It is being used in the public blockchain Salam, and at the same time there is support from the national bank, which helps introduce digital CBDC and stablecoin. These are two things which complement each other. We understand that the stablecoin are more involved in private issuers, but CBDC by the central bank, stablecoin is assured by KZT or dollar, and CBDC by the central bank. Both of these currencies are appreciated by the market by different means of use, by different use cases. And another inspiring example I can give where the stable coins are used and will be used in future, it is like another widely discussed topic, which is the artificial intelligence or AI agents, and the linkage with stable coins and AI agents allow you to build the brand new systems for commercial payments. Just imagine all of us are using ChatGPT, and just imagine that a certain version of ChatGPT help companies procure or arrange for mutual settlements and mutual delivery of the product. This AI agent enters the ERP system, checks the rates, forecasts the procurement of feedstocks, raw materials, goes to marketplace. Alibaba checks SLA suppliers, checks the best price, checks the best procurement, and without waiting hours, banking hours, at lowest fees, it makes payment to a vendor in China with KZT and SDC linkage. It allows it to do the settlements faster, saves on the fees, decreases the turnover capital. You shouldn't wait for 2 days until the product is delivered from the vendor, and automates an army of financiers which serve or keep on servicing the finance operations of mutual settlements between the corporate suppliers. We can see the future. MasterCard plays a very important role. Very briefly, we have the solutions of stable coins for retail segment. For the cards, we launched the first version MasterCard linked to ZTE. We also have the crypto credential to allow our clients use their wallets in different exchange. They can use Alice instead of 50-digit codes, and the token network is our in-house blockchain network, which is used by the banks globally to enjoy the tokenized bonds and stable coins as well. Well, we see the future. We believe that it's going to be a new digital currency, and the role of it cannot be underestimated. Thank you. A round of applause. Talgad, hello. I'd like to introduce you the next speaker. I would call it one of the drivers of the movement in Kazakhstan. He's the founder of KZTE. He's one of the stakeholders, which Bakay has just mentioned. I'd like to ask you, 3 or 4 weeks ago, I witnessed the launch of stablecoin, and we would wonder, could you tell us the role of the stablecoin in the finance sector of Kazakhstan? Bakay, thank you. Bogdan, thank you. Bakai, thank you for your presentation. Thank you, everyone, to stay with us until the end. Thanks to you, the whole market is developing. The rule of stablecoin and KZT, which we launched first with the National Bank and under the support of our partners from the Eurasian Bank, from MasterCard and Salan, we managed to build the transboundary bridges with emittents of stablecoin from other countries. Given the fact that Kazakhstan is an industrial land with wide trade connections with Central Asian countries with far abroad, as far as all of you know, the majority of the payments go through the traditional finance systems as SWIFT. Normally it takes 5 to 7 days, and any payment in dollar goes through the US, depends on the days of holidays, it can be delayed and so on. Now the system becomes more rapid, like our colleague Nika Juko is another problem, but we need to understand that there are so many levels of compliance. So if the pay transfer is made to many corners, in any corners of the world, they go in seconds. And if you have children abroad and if you want to send them money bypassing Western Union and other systems, the stable coin will appear in a couple of seconds and transaction will cost less than 1 USDM. This is the purpose. We communicate with the National Bank. Very soon they will adopt some optimistic amendments which will allow other banks to accept these stable coins as the means of payment, and they can put them on their balance. And we have very optimistic and very ambitious plans, and we really hope that stablecoin will help Kazakhstan to unlock its transboundary potential. Thank you. Do you want to share some milestones in your presentation? I mean, the future steps you expect from KZT. Could you start my presentation, please? I'll outline it shortly. Without diving so much into details, I just don't want to load you with tons of information. There is a Citibank report launched with a payment system. They developed the methodology and showcase the potential of stablecoin until 2030. You can see on these graphs that in 5 years that's gonna be a trillion market. It will be around 4 trillion USD by 2030, and Kazakhstan is taking the right track, because unless you have time to take this wagon, the train will go and without you. Stablecoin is not a niche but a mainstream, and for Central Asia it becomes a mainstream, and our colleagues from Kyrgyzstan recently launched stablecoin. We know that some other Central Asian countries and CIS countries intended to launch their national stablecoins. We know that the payment systems work with certain banks and countries as they pay in stablecoins. So earlier or sooner, these stablecoins. This is what we discussed with. Unless you know the structure of the stablecoin, it is all about the speed. It takes seconds. It is cheap. It is transparent. It works 24/7 at any part of the world, but most importantly is that they are supported within the country, because one thing is to send a stablecoin and the other thing is to exchange it for fiat money. In Kazakhstan it is all simple because we have special banks that support the output. Now we work with banks, with emittents in Emirates, Georgia, and other countries that have their turnover with Kazakhstan. As it turned out, the United Arab Emirates are far behind Kazakhstan in terms of the regulation that allows banks to freely convert their stable coins in dirham. They announced that they issued two stable coins, but as a matter of fact, it's not the case. In this chart, you can see where stable coin market grows, and you can see it in the stable coin report, and you can also check them. So the reason why it can be used is for remittance for labor migrants that work abroad. It's very relevant for Central Asia because people send money abroad. Normally they send it either through the payment system or through the fast transfers. Normally it's very expensive. You need to go somewhere, you need to withdraw money from the ATM, but we can have the chance of off-ramp to the local currency, and people can get this money in a few seconds. Stable coin ever, we launched it 1 month ago. It's a first stable coin KZT. The key idea was to implement realize the potential of Kazakhstan in partnering with different countries and stakeholders of the banking sector in Kazakhstan. Now we work actively with the banks and regulators. It is fully supported one-to-one with KZT. It is fully audited. All the savings, all the money, all the funds are stored in the banking system, and what we only do is to convert them and transfer them. Our colleagues from Salan provide us with a block chain, and there is a Salan support guys which help us, and we decided to take this product without inventing a bicycle, so to say. And now our colleagues operate with other emittents, and we decided to take this journey, and we decided to make a consortium with them. Token will be easy to buy from our stock exchange. It will be available from January, and everyone can buy them. Why Salan? Because we introduced Salan. I'm the head of the area of Salan business development, and the native token is 120 billion USD, the fastest transactions, the cheapest transactions, and for us it's very convenient to work with them. So the capabilities are transboundaries. You can pay fast and cheap without being dependent from the US currency, from days off, from holidays and other limits. Another important thing I'd like to mention: it's not a threat for the banking system, it's an opportunity. Even when PayPal was launched, people had the rumors that it will spoil the banking system, but indeed it didn't spoil that. It supported, and the same goes to stablecoin. It's an addition, it's a right proper tool, and if integrated in a proper way, it will assist the payment international systems become more flexible, more diversified. Thank you for your attention. I think I managed to meet the timeline. Thank you very much, Lagan. You mentioned that integration with banks is very important. Now we pass to our next guest, which is Dinara. Dinara is in charge of the corporate business and digital products at Alton Bank. Just tell me, please, what kind of risks you can see for the banks in the stablecoin goals. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to be brief. Talgat has already set the good groundwork for the rule of the banks. When some novelties appear on the market, introducing artificial intelligence or cryptocurrency, stable coin, there is always an opinion that there is a threat for a bank. I decided to show you a slide like this as the first slide. Here you can see the evolution of the payments in the finance sector. I decided to, so to say, land it to the Kazakh evolution of the finance payments. For you, whatever appears on the market, it can be easily adapted and easily integrated with the finance sector. It is always a good thing for the banking. It is always a good thing to see. That's why we are always in favor of providing our clients with the broad services and to engage them in our ecosystem. By doing so, we develop our ecosystem. If you look at the milestones of the payments history starting from 2000, when the card P2P payments were introduced, then electronic wallets were introduced until 2015. Then from 2016 to 2020, there were some payments in mobile apps, QR payments. Then contactless payments appeared in 2016, 2018 when Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, Garmin Pay, Android Pay accessed the market and provided with an active development. All those technologies, they replenish the service for the client, and they can be easily adapted in the mobile apps, and furthermore they don't stand still in their development. And what we can see today, even those QR payments that were introduced back in 2016 and now demonstrated to you the new milestone of development, which is the open integration on the platform, which is the single QR which was launched. We never stand still in neither of the means of payment available to the banks. The banks are not afraid of fintech companies, so we are indeed, on the contrary, in favor of cooperating with them. We integrate their tools in our mobile apps. In our app, we integrated a number of cryptocurrencies that are officially incorporated and listed in AIFC. We provide our clients with the fiat currency exchange services, as well as refilling crypto wallets. What we really want to is that we want the mobile app to be a super app, an entry point for all payments which appear on the market, including stable coin and crypto payments. Okay, what kind of benefits we see for ourselves introducing stable coins? Our previous speakers mentioned the advantages, raising the customer excellency, reducing time for transfers to some seconds, because the bank's counterparties and others are involved, especially when we deliver the SWIFT transfer abroad. Normally, the approval of this transaction takes a certain time. If those unnecessary players go out from the chain, the time for the transfer will be decreased by some seconds, and the price decreases, because the price for a transfer is based on the price of the salary of the workers of the banks, and the final ultimate price will be very tiny, which is very beneficial for an end client. It also provides for the transfer between different currencies without SWIFT, expanding opportunities for corporate payments on blockchain, and simplifying transboundary B2B payments. These are the advantages we can see for ourselves as the bank. That's why the role of the market participants are important, especially in the market development. The role of the regulator, which created the cultural sandbox and pilot actively such projects, they are all very important. We also work with when it comes to the rule, BSF as the cluster. Um, um, So the banking rule is very important here. On the one hand, we integrate ourselves with the partners, and on the other hand, we want to be the organization which builds the trust of the population towards this novelties. And of course, we can provide for the growth of the financial literacy, explaining what's what to do, what not to do, that we provide for the safety, that we work with all services 24/7, and those Q&A you can see in the mobile apps. This is what we try to communicate to the client. This is what we try to get across to increase the trust. And I believe that the banks have the key rules in this game. Everything is done along with the payment organizations. We really need the expertise from their side, from such, so to say, international institutions like the International Payment System. MasterCard demonstrated their expertise today. Banks, together with the payment systems, fintech organizations, and regulators, can successfully launch such projects. That is the reason why I believe that the synergy of the banks, fintech, and businesses is the key of success for this project. That's it from my side. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dinara. I want to mention that stablecoin and cryptocurrency seriously impacted and drove the banking product, and for us as the end users there are only advantages which we can see. And now let's turn to Miller. Miller is a founder, CEO, Solana Policy Institute, and he'll proudly say he's one of the experts of regulating cryptocurrency in the US and globally. Miller, we would like to ask you the question. We see pretty often that regulators at the beginning of their journey, they take very careful decisions about cryptocurrencies. They try to limit the regulation of the cryptocurrency, and the easiest way is to forbid them. But what we can see that it doesn't work in India or China. So the question is, according to you, what is the most important principle which must be respected as the regulation is drawn up, which will help not to kill this industry, but to develop it?
Thank you for having me, and thank you for the National Bank for hosting this event. I was hearing an echo there, so take my headphones off. I think the principle I would adopt if I were a national government approaching crypto would be cautious optimism. I think the U.S. has not adopted that approach, and I'll get to some of the lessons learned from what I think was the U.S.'s pretty chaotic approach to crypto regulation over the last 8 years. And I think if we could go back in time and do it again, I think everyone would approach it differently. So let me talk about that a little bit. So I started working in crypto policy in the U.S. in 2018, and at the time, stable coins, were very nascent. I don't think anyone in Washington knew what they were. And then Facebook announced the Libra stablecoin project, if you all remember that, and it really kind of blew the lid off of stablecoins. And Mark Zuckerberg was up in Congress testifying, and everyone was very upset about it. So before then, it was neglect. Like, no one cared about crypto. No one was even thinking about it. That's mistake number one that I think folks would, if we could go back in time, do differently. After Facebook announced Libra, the pendulum swung aggressively to we don't want stable coins, especially if it's from Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg, and we need to prevent this from happening, which they successfully did with Libra. From there, went back to it being pretty not a hot topic at all, honestly. There was the first bill introduced to regulate stablecoins was in 2018, but the second bill was in 2022. So for 4 years, nobody was really even thinking about it. And I think that in that time, stablecoins got huge. I think from like a U.S. perspective, the U.S. government would have preferred to have developed stablecoins with industry versus, for example, having large US dollar stablecoin issuers offshore. So I think that's like a great example of where cautious optimism would have served policy development better. And I think is credit to the National Bank of Kazakhstan is exactly what they're doing. Instead of Talgat doing it on his own and them finding out about it after the fact, which is pretty much what happened with dollar stablecoins, being open-minded and not being so, I think, a whiplash between various policies, which has pretty much been the US experience, is the way to go. I think with respect to jurisdictions that have adopted more stringent approaches, I think it's totally justified to, on the one hand, take a cautious approach, especially when you're dealing with something as important as a national currency. And on the other hand, I think it's at the same time important not to reject the future. And it's similar to the internet. I think stable coins are coming, and I think it would be a mistake for jurisdictions to try to prevent it, because I don't think it's possible. So I think that the US really got over the last 2-3 years up to speed on stablecoin issuance for a variety of reasons. I think number one is that the US's primary product is the dollar to a large extent, and the US Congress is worried about the role of the dollar and the position of the dollar around the world. So I think that they view stablecoins, these dollars or currency that can exist anywhere the internet exists, as a huge potential advantage to the dollar. And I think other countries that are considering issuing stable coins are thinking the same thing. I think they're right. I think it's going to be hard to prevent competition in this space, and the approach to take is to try and compete, and that'll be much more fruitful long term. I think the last thing I'll say is crypto's new. Crypto policy is even newer. Like the Genius Act this year passed in May, and it's very broad strokes, principle level legislation. It's going to take years for our Treasury Department to write rules that actually specify how these things operate. I think we should, as an industry, have some humility given the nascence of the technology and the fact that we are touching capital markets and national currencies, which are important not just for tech and financial services, but everyone that we live with in society. And I think it's important to take a cautious approach with that in mind. So I think the U.S., there's some lessons learned about what not to do. I think the Genius Act's a great bill, and kind of pulled the rabbit out of a hat here in 2025 after 7 years of going back and forth. And I think engaging in steady development with private industry is the much more effective approach.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much for sharing your exclusive, so to say, experience. Thank you very much for sharing your exclusive expertise. And now let's proceed with our last but not the least guest, Anton Musin, Managing Director of Select Kazakhstan. He's very much working with problems of liquidity. Could you tell me, please, how the currencies adapted to new cryptocurrencies, including the stablecoin? Probably in my personal capacity, I wouldn't like to talk about the benefits that you can get from the cryptocurrency and in particular from the stablecoin. I think the very much detailedly our speakers mentioned that it expedites the settlements. They make them more sophisticated. And now I'd like to talk about the problems, about the issues on the market, in particular when it comes to the infrastructure, and specifically in Kazakh market, what the market is concerned about dealing with the cryptocurrency and the stakeholders. and how we can address those issues. I think that the problem in here, I will mention them in a while. The turnover is growing, the global regulation is rising, and Kazakhstan is in line with these changes in developing its own national market. We can see all those advantages. We can see the achievements, so to say, and the regulators are actively developing themselves. AIFC has been developing for many years as a regulator. The National Bank also claimed about the creation of the sandbox, and I think the law on the banks will be amended, the new bylaws will appear, and the regulators are actively looking in this direction. There are many foreign players on the market which accessed our markets. There are some large crypto currency stock exchange. They are the ones who wish to deal with this topic in our country. But what's the problem behind, according to me, on the market now? The key issue is that there is a lack of liquidity in the cryptocurrency market. Despite all those benefits which I mentioned, despite of those achievements which occurred on the market, the ones who are more or less up to date, they can see that there are some the deep glasses, there are some lack of liquidity, some spreads, some unsatisfactory things, and it is a gray market. It's a gray market indeed. According to the last year's estimates, 17 billion USD were used for illegal purposes, for money laundering, and the market tends to go to the gray zone, to P2P, and there are turnovers which are not seen in the legal market. So there is a legitimate question: what's to be done about all that? What can be done by the regulator, by the market, and can be done by us to draw the benefits and to make them possible? From my perspective, I believe that there are some acting measures that would help develop the crypto market in the country. If we talk about the government, the state, I believe that one of the key measures is to use this heavy liquidity which the government has and to use it on the market. There are several approaches to make it possible when you can tokenize the state bonds, when you can consider it as the provision of the public bonds. And there are also some complicated, sophisticated structures. It provides the chance to stimulate the banks, because if the banks act as the market makers, this is what the market is missing now. The market is missing the actors that would have the liquidity to market certain finance tools. There might be an integration with the digital KCT project. We, as the company, we've been dealing with that for 5 years, helping National Bank with this project. It's a very well developed project. Every year the turnover is growing. There are new use cases, and there is a linkage of some initiatives as stable coins with the digital tenge to ensure a fast, quick liquidity from the market. And if we deal with this heavy liquidity, I believe it to be a very interesting mechanism, a very interesting framework. There might be a question from your side. Okay, look, what can be done about stablecoin? So, what's the purpose of stablecoin then? Okay, what could push the liquidity market up? This is what we discussed with regulators too, and one of the use cases that can be actively verified within the regulatory sandbox is to use stablecoin as the settlement tools in the country, where businesses and individuals could arrange settlements through stablecoins. But there are so many pending issues, tax issues, technological issues. so many question marks, so to say, on the air, but we need to find the use cases. It will help to saturate the market from the liquidities perspective, and I believe it to be the area where we as the sandbox actor with our product, with our service, can push the regulator and can push ourselves there, because we believe that this is what will drive the crypto and stablecoin market ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, just a couple of minutes left before we end, and now I'd like to have the live discussion. I have a couple of questions. Just imagine that I'm a regular user. I have no clue about stablecoin. I only hear that SDT blocks in Europe and in other stock exchange. Me, as the final user, I want to understand what stablecoin to use and what not, because it just takes 5 minutes to launch stablecoin in the country, but how to define what stablecoin is to be used and what not. So could you share your ideas, the ones who want to do so? Me, as the actor of the regulator, the market, I represent the regulatory sandbox of the national bank. We also regulate see, it's really important for us that people use such services, because unfortunately there are so many scam cases. People have low financial literacy. People trust in for gypsy kings that advertise some fast profits, but we should not be driven by that. There can be millions of different companies. A company can issue a stable coin and people will trust it if it has a stable coin name inside, and they will get scammed. That's why people need to trust official sources, official services. Anton mentioned a lot. Um, um, we only presented some beautiful image, beautiful picture like Habar TV channel. Anton unveiled the technical part, and I believe that we need to be very cautious about it, and we need to trade and to make benefit of those services that are allowed by our regulators. This information is publicly available. There are two regulators, the National Bank of Kazakhstan and AIFC. The information is available there. Please trust these sources and not others. Does anyone want to follow up on that or contribute? Well, me as a representative of the banking sector, I'd like to tell you the following thing. I would really advise the end users to go for the companies that are integrated with the banks as such, because the banks give additional transparency and control, as well as the payments compliance. That's why I believe that here you will enjoy the guaranteed clear crypto currency stock exchange products, not the ones who are no-name or the laymen or scammers with no regulation. Thank you. I think our time is running out. Thank you very much for your part. Let's have a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much for staying with us until the end, dear audience. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the moderators and speakers. Let's have this round of applause to our panelists for spending the last session of our forum together. And I'd like to thank the panelists for in-depth approach and very contributing insights. Okay, let's make the memorable picture, and on that beautiful note, we would like to end the first day of our summit and see you tomorrow. We will see all of you in this hall, and tomorrow we will discuss the future of fintech industry. Central